John.
Good evening. Welcome to the August 23rd, 2016 meeting of the Board of Selectmen. I apologize for the delay. The first item is discussion of reorganization of this board. As my board members know from my correspondence with them, I have recently been asked to be lead trial counsel in about 230 cases across the country, a large portion of which are in California, Arizona, and Texas. As a result, and in fairness to Mr. Purple and Ms. Hale, who on occasion need discussions with the chair on a daily basis, sometimes as quick as 1 or 2 minutes, other times as long as 3 or 4 hours. I have related to my board that it is not fair to them, nor is it fair to this board, nor is it fair to the residents that I continue as chair only because I do not have the available time. So I am respectfully asking my board here to consider reorganizing the board in such a manner that removes me as chair. In all honesty, had this developed prior to April, I would not have run for re-election. My hope is that I am going to be able to control the trial schedule such that I will not miss any meetings. And it is my express desire to be able to continue out my term. So with that, I would like to move that this board consider appointing Mr. Shea as chair and Mrs. Faniff as vice chair. And I would ask if there's a second to that motion.
There's a second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I will turn it over now to Mr. Shea and thank him in advance for this, and thank Mrs. Faniff for her willingness to sit as vice chair. Yeah, I know.
And I would just like also to thank Mr. Rooney for his service to this board as chair. He's done an excellent job in that role, and look forward to having you continue on the board. All right. Next item is an all-alcohol retail license hearing, VinBin.
Yes, so the legal notice, notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the Mass General Laws that Belladora Corp., DBA, the VinBin, the manager of record is Richard M. Lombardi, has applied for a package store all-alcohol beverage license for the premise located at 154 Turnpike Road within the crossings at White's Corner, Southborough, Massachusetts. Public hearing will be held at the Thomas W. McAuliffe Hearing Room, second floor of the Southborough Townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass., on Tuesday, August 23rd at 6:30 p.m., Board of Selectmen, Southborough Licensing Authority. Mr. Chairman, if you recall, this is the license that was approved by town meeting. It was a supplemental license for all alcohol package store. It was granted by the legislature, and per the special act of the legislature, it can be granted to VinBin at that location, but cannot be granted to anyone else. So essentially, the board has to decide whether or not you want to grant the license to VinBin, but the other option is that it stays with the Board of Selectmen and it cannot be granted to anyone else. So that's what you have before you this evening.
Okay. Is there any discussion by the board members?
Is the applicant here?
Looks
Lombardi?
like Mr. Lombardi is here. Maybe we can have him just go up to the microphone here, just in case there's any questions. Or I don't know if there's any statement that you'd like to make, to offer to us to start?
Well, we've
Floor
been
is
in
yours.
town a little over a year, and we've enjoyed being here. We've had a wonderful time since we've opened. We've turned the store around a little bit to make some room for expanding our products from beer and wine and cheese to spirits. It's something similar we've done in Marlborough very successfully, and we hope to do the same thing here.
Any questions? Mr. Rooney.
Mr. Lombardi, in your application, you have it as a Section 15 package store. It's not a package store, though, is it?
Yes, it is. The license is granted to the package store. We are not a package store.
Okay.
We're more of a gourmet market that sells beer and wine, but under the state, we have to be listed. Either these are a package store or a restaurant.
And the other two stores that you have in Marlboro or Hopkinton, are those also designated as package stores?
Yes.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Anybody from the public with a comment? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll do it for you. I make a motion that the Board of Selectmen approve an all-alcohol package store license of the town of Southborough at 154 Turnpike Road for Belladora Corp., doing business as the Vin Bin. The Vin Bin is currently operating under Section 15 wine and malt beverage license number 121600022. The license applied for was under a home rule petition in 2014 and signed by Governor Patrick on July 15, 2014, House 4311, at its current location.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item. We want to jump ahead to the appointment for Mr. Hubley? Is that correct?
I think
In
that would be,
advance.
I think that would be appropriate.
So we are going to go out of order for the next item. And in one of the items that we need to do, in the committee appointments, it's under the consent agenda. I recommend that we appoint Mr. Hubley to the Historical Commission. He was out of the country, was not able to be sworn in the time frame allowed. And that will allow us to then proceed with the next order of business under item 3.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
Term expiring 2019. That's all.
Can you tell us a little bit about your qualifications? No, just, just trying to keep it light.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hubley. Mr. Hegarty is here to swear you in, and that then brings us back to item number 3 under our scheduled appointments for approval and signing of the preservation restriction for 84 Main Street. Mr. Cipriano.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you probably know, we are now at the point where you're going to be approving, I think, bonds for the acquisition of this preservation restriction. We have been coordinating with the Owners' Council the requisite documents necessary to complete this transaction, which should happen within the next 10 days, I would say. So it's time to now sign that final revised draft of the preservation restriction and simultaneously to sign a very simple pro forma purchase and sales agreement for accounting purposes. So the sequence, if you do approve this on your vote, will be that Mr. Deli Perscoli will sign first, the chairman of the Historical Commission will sign, and then the Board of Selectmen will sign, and I will take all your notarizations. But we will need a vote approving the authorization to sign this and the purchase and sales agreement.
Is there,
Go
I have
ahead.
a question. Is there anything outstanding before the recording that we need to know of?
Outstanding in terms of,
Requests from the town, any organizations, any groups that we haven't fulfilled?
not to my knowledge.
Right, so everything's
The
ready to be
the
filed.
only outstanding issue is obtaining the necessary documents from Sellers Council
Okay.
to ensure that we can go through the transaction so that we can get title insurance for the town.
Okay.
And all of that is currently in order. It hasn't been completed, but as soon as everyone signs off here, the original document will go to Massachusetts Historical Commission for their sign-off, and then we have the equivalent of an executed deed, so we can proceed to closing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there a motion for the approval? So we can proceed
I'll move
with
that the
this?
vote, that the board vote to approve the execution of both documents as described by town council. Second.
That's, motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? No.
Okay.
Passes unanimously.
All right. In that sense, Mr. Deli Priscoli, I'm going to ask you if you would, this is draft one. Would you sign on that line and insert your name as manager? And do the second the same way? I'm going to also ask you to sign this pro forma purchase and sales agreement, which has been reviewed by your council. Mr. Hubley, as you are the chairman of the Historical Commission, I'm going to ask you, if you would, to sign on this line. Yes, you're going to sign there.
Yeah, should I change the, you spelled the name wrong. Should I fix it?
Just, no, we'll take care of that. Yeah, that's fine. You're going to sign there, Mr. Hubley? And I'm also going to have you sign the second draft in the same place. And I'm going to ask both of you gentlemen, is that your free act indeed, as you are manager and you are chairman?
Yes.
So noted. All right.
You don't want these back, right? Because we won't put
No,
them
you
in
can
the
keep them,
museum.
you can keep them for historical purposes, sure. So the first document would be the purchase and sales agreement. That is not notarized, it's just signed by the members in sequence. And this is the first draft of the preservation restriction.
Is this your file from down there?
While we're waiting, Mr. Della Priscoli, I want to say it was approximately, no, not approximately, it was exactly 2 years and 1 month ago that we first met on this project. And although it took a while to get there, I am glad we got there. And one thing about this negotiation, which I can say is very unusual in terms of negotiation, is whenever we were to negotiate and meet, I always look forward to meeting with you and negotiating, because you always negotiated in good faith. You were fair, you were objective, and you always expressed doing this in the interests of the town. And I want to thank you, sir, on behalf of the town for that.
Yeah, everybody go. That's correspondence we got today.
And members of the Board of Selectmen, is that your free act indeed, as you are the Board of Selectmen for the town of Southborough?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we say something?
You can, if, yeah, just ask the chairman.
Please, please.
Thank you. Is this thing on? Okay. Oops, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I would just like to take a moment and thank the town at large, and it's been a pleasure working with the folks in the town, but I'd like to single out the folks I dealt with on a day-to-day basis, Mr. Rooney and Mr. Semino, Mr. Hubley, and Aldo later in the deal. You know, there was a lot of stops and starts, and but we never lost focus, and we worked together, and I'm looking forward to being a partner with the town. I'm very excited about it. I'm looking forward to meeting with the Historical Committee on the 29th to share my progress plans, which I've done, and to get the ball rolling. So I just want you all to know, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, members.
That's all set?
Mr.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
just to echo the sentiments of what was said, that this was a very important piece of our history in town, and with everyone that was involved and the length of time that it took. It's really well worth it. And I think that when time comes and everyone can look upon the building when it's completed and the grounds when it's completed, it's going to be a beautiful sight for people to see in town, and it'll be there for eternity. And thanks to everyone involved for doing that. The one thing I stated a few months ago here at one of the meetings was to notify the town via the website of the progress that's going to be made. And John is coming to the Historical Commission meeting on the 29th with some plans and discussion, and we'll review those as stated in the preservation restriction. And we'll update the townspeople as it gets started when the big, the machines come in and start their work. So with that said, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Good luck.
Excellent. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, is Brian here? Is Mr. Ballantyne, approval and signing of bond issuance documents.
Good evening. This is a continuation of this process. So the bonds have been bid. This is a short-term note, not a long-term note. We'll be doing May. Total amount is $1,030,030. That includes $60,000 for DPW underground tank work that was approved at the previous town meeting. That's a portion of that project, and of course the Burnett House process. So I need approximately 18 signatures tonight on these documents. I also need a vote to accept the bonds as written in, and as presented. They do request that, even though there isn't a sign off for that particular item. It's a item that the clerk has to sign off on. So we will need a vote on that. It has to be. I'm not sure what it is if it isn't unanimous, but it states that it is unanimous. I would hope there's no problem with these. They're pretty standard. It's all items we've looked at before. Just as a side note, the bond interest rate was 2%. The net interest rate was 0.82%. So it was a very good competitive note to look at, and we'll probably exercise a long-term bond, I imagine, next May after the town meeting. We have several projects out there. We still have the fire engine truck that we have not drawn down on at all, and the rest of this water project. So there's a couple things out there we still are pending. I anticipate we'll have a bigger sale in May. Bond sales are expensive, just as an FYI. That's why you don't do them very often. You do note sales and short-term note sales and try to build it up into a bigger package. So we'll do May. We can actually look at it then, and we can determine at that time if we want to roll the notes and include new notes or do a bond sale. I'll just further note that as a side note, that the bond rating we got last year, since it was upgraded, did save us a little bit of money already. In this case, we're only paying $16,000 in interest in total for this note. It's not a huge amount, but it would have been a couple thousand more if we hadn't obtained that rating. So we're lucky the town had that, and so I would just request that we take that vote, and then what I usually do is just start the signatures at one end, and typically the board maybe goes on to the next item of business while they're just being signed, and I usually find them at the other end eventually. That's a wrap up.
Thank you,
Any
Mr.
questions?
Ballantyne. Are there any questions for Brian? Is there a motion to?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that the board sign the bond notes as outlined by Brian Ballantyne, the finance director, this evening.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Okay,
We'll
thank you.
start
I'll
signing.
just start signing.
All right.
Thanks.
While we are signing, we can move on to the next item, appointment of Brendan Campbell as full-time police officer. Chief Paulus. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's gonna take me a few minutes to get used to the new setup.
Microphone. Mr. Ballantyne set you up, turned it off. There we go.
So I'm just asking that the board consider my recommendation to appoint Mr. Brendan Campbell as a full-time police officer with the Southborough Police Department. Vacancies made possible by the addition of one officer to the staff of the fiscal 2017 budget. Went through a process. We had approximately 30 applicants. We decided to interview 12 from that group. Mr. Campbell stood out in 2 aspects, his community policing skills and his communication skills. And I believe no matter how much technology they develop for the police, that's 99.9% of our jobs. So in doing our diligence, we did an extensive background check, and those feelings were only reaffirmed by everybody that we had contact with. So based on your approval, we'd like to bring him aboard and have him start Thursday training with Officer Richardson. So I think you'll have a great pair of people out there serving the town, and we hope that this is Brendan's last stop. He's been with Framingham State University as a full-time officer for the last 2 years, and he was a full-time telecommunications officer for 2 years before that, and we're excited to bring him aboard.
Very good. Mr. Campbell, if you'd like to say something, we'd love to hear from you.
Sure, I'd just like to say I'm very excited to be working for the town of Southborough, if appointed, and I thank everyone in this room for the opportunity. It's very exciting.
Very good.
Welcome.
Yeah. Mr. Rooney.
Can I ask you a question? Welcome. For 3 years, you were a auxiliary police officer in Bellingham, and you received the Bellingham Auxiliary Police Officer of the Year Award. What is that, and how does one achieve that?
The auxiliary police, they base that off of the command staff votes, and they compile everything that an officer did throughout the year, community service, attendance of the events, how many times, and commitment to the department. And then they vote on which member they feel fits that bill. And then at the end of the year, they present that award at the annual Christmas party.
And so that was voted on by your peers, your command staff in Bellingham?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you, welcome.
Thank you so much.
That's all I have.
Any other questions or comments?
I would just say to Mr. Campbell that, you know, as the chief just alluded to, 30 applications. I appreciate the care with which he goes through the process to which we now have one person sitting in front of us. You know, based on that process, I have no doubt about the chief's recommendation. Congratulations to you for coming through that process. We're very proud of our public safety members here in town, police, fire, et cetera, and consider you to be lucky to be part of it, and look forward to having you as part of it for many years. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to just simply echo that. I mean, you're about to join an outstanding police department that prides itself on community policing. So your communication skills are going to come in handy. You know, the training that you'll get from Officer Richardson, I'm confident will be outstanding, because he is outstanding. So we look forward to having you on board.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
With that, is there a motion to?
Got that one,
Go
Brian?
ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the appointment of Brendan Campbell as full-time police officer on the recommendation of Chief Paulus.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Campbell,
Congratulations.
congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Welcome.
Do you want to do the other one?
Thank you so much.
Best of luck to you.
Welcome to Southborough.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, and while Chief Paulus is here, I'm going to go out of order one more time, down to the consent agenda, to item Item 8, the appointment of Angelica Resendez as full-time Public Safety Communication Officer. Chief
Once again,
Paulus.
we had sorry.
Hello.
We had an opening for telecommunications officer. Steve Nybert was promoted to a full-time police status. Again, we did an interview process, and I'm asking you to consider my recommendation to appoint Ms. Angelica Resendez as a full-time communications officer with the Southborough Police Department. Currently works as a guest service representative at the Red Roof Inn. She's a graduate of Framingham State University, where she attained a bachelor's degree in psychology, graduating cum laude. Ms. Resendez is also conversant in Portuguese, which will be a great assistance to the officers on the overnight shift. And as you can see from her attached resume, her appointment would be a great benefit to the Southborough Police Department and the citizens of the town.
Very good. So if you'd like to make a comment, we'd love to hear from you as well.
If appointed, I'm just very excited to work with the town, to continue to work with the town of Southborough.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that the Board of Selectmen approve the appointment of Angelica Resendez as full-time Public Safety Communication Officer, again, on the recommendation of our police chief.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations to you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Nice job, chief.
Brings us to item 6, under scheduled appointments, presentation on recreation facilities study, Par Corporation. Doreen? Okay.
Brian Schifrin, Recreation Commission.
Yes.
A few months ago, the Recreation Commission recognized the need to have a comprehensive study done of all of our facilities. We have a board that's excited to maintain and upgrade and improve all of our facilities in town, and we wanted to make sure that we were doing things appropriately and in line with an overall master plan. And the recreation component of the town's plan also needed to be updated as well, so it was a good time to do that. And we chose to go with Par Corporation, who's here tonight to make a presentation to you. I'll turn it over to them. Thank you.
Members of the council, members of the public, thanks for having us tonight. My name's Arthur Eddy. I'm a principal at Birchwood Design Group. We're a landscape architecture firm. We work in a collaboration with Par Corporation. We work hand in hand. Most of the projects that we do are together. And with me tonight, I have Jim Esprinio from Par Corporation and Justin Robert Shaw from Birchwood Design Group. We're going to give you a brief overview tonight of what we did, a little bit of the outcomes. It'll be fairly brief. It's not really extensive, but we just kind of want to give you an overview of what we did. Go ahead, Justin. So we did, in our process, we started early on with the kickoff meeting, which was we met with the Recreation Committee and kind of set the goals and the vision for the project and what needed to happen. We went out and did a fairly extensive data collection and analysis. So we spent a lot of time on the fields, multiple different days, uses, nights. From there, we looked at those future use options and created estimates for improvements, combined that into a master plan, and then into final recommendations. So the goals of the project were to obviously evaluate all of the existing facilities in the community and provide recommendations for improvements, provide a list of priorities and cost estimates for potential athletic improvements, assess the current needs and use of the existing fields, a use study, and a project the needs of the fields over the next 10 years, and evaluate current maintenance practices and programs and develop a field use program and policies. So we looked at 4 different schools and their gyms, including basketball courts and tennis courts, 9 different fields, all located throughout the community. And then we started to look at where they were located in the community, and the green circles represent a 1-mile kind of walking radius. And we wanted to see kind of the big 10,000 view picture over the town of how close were these fields together, how did they relate together, was there any correspondence? There was definitely by the Mass Turnpike and a divide with some fields below, and so there was a little bit of field. So just trying to get a big overview of what was there. And then we went to each field, and this is just a sample. This is 1 page of a sample. We have what's kind of a 5-page matrix where we evaluate every field. We look at environmental conditions. We look at constraints. We look at lights, the field conditions, field sizes, field uses, ADA accessibility, parking, and run through a whole analysis of each site. So we did one of these not only for just the gyms, but also all the fields as well. And with that, obviously, visiting the sites, looking, taking pictures, adding in, looking at things. This is just another piece from like 9/11 field, just looking across, trying to find things that we see out in the field. Once we did that, we interviewed stakeholders to get an idea of who was using the field, how often are they being used. So we started with a survey, which we sent out, that had a series of questions. Response was a little light, so we then went on to have direct stakeholder interviews where we met with all the stakeholders and started to figure out things like who are the user groups, what are their needs, what are their needs not being met, so what are scheduling, how scheduling can affect the group, what else facilities outside of Southborough recreation areas are being used, and needs. Once we did this, we really started to realize in our first assessment of your fields, most of the fields in town generally are in pretty good condition from a maintenance standpoint. But what we found was that was really interesting is because they're recreational groups, there's a very limited window in when those fields can be used. Because most of the fields, unlike a high school that's starting at 2 o'clock or can go into the evening, are starting at 5 o'clock. So your window is much smaller. So we did what was a facility usage and capacity and really started to look at how are the fields being used and how often and where are the gaps that fields. And what we found was, in looking at the usage, that your fields have a limited amount of time and that your fields are reaching over the threshold based on the limited amount of time, which ends up being overused. And when we looked further, we started to look at the fields themselves, and there's a lot of overlapping multi-use fields, which create a lot of constraints on the sizes and uses and needs for the recreation groups. So on top of that, we took evaluation of existing conditions and data that was collected. Oh, go back. And constraint mapping, which is looking at what are the constraints for each site, and then developed the weighted field and gym evaluation measures. And again, what's in front of you is just a piece of that, to really look at how were the fields operating, what fields were good, what fields were bad, what fields needed improvements, what fields kind of needed to be prioritized. Once we did that, we then started to write out high priority, medium priority, and low priority for needs, and start to write recommendations based off of that analysis, and started to look at what are the things that can really help improve athletics within the community, what are the needs that really need to happen, and develop those into a matrix of accomplishable goals. Again, looking at overlaying sizes that meet kind of the needs of the recreation committees and the recreation groups and users, looking at kind of, this is an example that we were talking about is Trotter Middle School has a track, has a field, it's a fairly nice track, it's a fairly nice field, but the track is not an official size that can be used for competition. So that it creates some constraints on the uses. And then within that, we started to create cost estimates for each location that allowed, to get an idea of what the cost to improve these sites were. And the same, again, indoor spaces, looking at recommendations for indoor space. Your indoor space is really constrained as those areas are getting utilized pretty heavily, especially by the schools, but then also in the evenings. And in the end was a list of recommendations. And I want to keep in mind that this is obviously a master plan. It's a 10-year master plan. This can grow and change over time. That it should use as a starting point for investment in the athletic community. Again, our recommendations were not all facilities need to be multi-purpose. We really saw that there are a lot of fields that cross. So you'll have a softball field and a soccer field. And one of the things that we discussed was really looking at consolidating fields so that uses could be centralized. An example of centralized specific maintenance practices such as baseball and softball. That helps with maintenance, it helps with use, it helps with families that have multiple users. Invest in drainage and irrigation to help reduce maintenance of all natural grass fields. While the fields are in really good condition, drainage and irrigation would really help. Obviously this year with the drought, that's a huge issue, so looking at different types of grasses. And then invest in dedicated facility management and scheduling software, such as Community Pass or Amelia, that will really help kind of control where people are using and get a real good idea on what's happening out in the field. And that was pretty much it. Is there questions?
So, go ahead, I know there's been discussion from time to time, and other neighboring towns have done an indoor facility. We seem to have 9 months of winter here, and for those kids who play, sports that, baseball and things of that nature, that they would need an indoor facility. So is that, what's the outcome from?
One of the recommendations was to actually start to really look into that, and as that's kind of its own component, and really look at it, because that's a financial model that you really need to understand. And we recommend a deeper dive into that. It wasn't quite, we looked at it from a peripheral perspective as saying that's probably something you really should look in, as consolidating into an indoor facility would be really helpful.
I know a lot of kids end up, trying to get space at St. Mark's and elsewhere.
Well, and one of the things that we discussed with the Recreation Committee is, you're currently using St. Mark's. That may change, and that's going to put stress on your existing fields. So, having pressure relief valves to allow for that to happen are pretty important for the future of the programs. And you also have a lot of recreation programs that are going outside your town to use facilities and paying for them.
Right.
So if you had a facility here, you could clearly capitalize on that.
Am I correct that Hopkinton recently approved an indoor facility?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
As I design a lot of athletic fields, that is a very often requested. One is always the kind of idea that synthetic turf and lights, because they give you more hours of use. Mm-hmm. The other is indoor facilities. And what we've seen on the indoor facility side is kind of, it depends obviously on budget. It's not an inexpensive thing to do, but it is, you can vary the size, and it becomes a useful aspect where you can use it year-round. So you might not have a full-size soccer field, but you have a location where you can practice.
And also saw lighting, in particular, I know I've spoken with, Doreen about lighting at Finn, the Mooney Complex, to, there's an opportunity to extend the time that the kids could play, that could greatly alleviate a lot of the stress.
That's a good point, and one of the things that we did discuss was the lighting of the fields and the consolidation of Mooney into baseball, so you have a complex. Mm-hmm. Lights, your challenge here is, again, your fields are in generally good condition, but they can only be used from 5 to, in the early fall till 8, then 7, and that diminishes as that time goes. So now you have all these teams and organizations that are trying to squeeze into this very short window. And there's a lot of overlap. So you have a lot of fields that are overlapping each other. So lights kind of alleviate that and extend the time that allows fields to be used.
Mr. Rooney.
Sir, I realize now that apparently in my packet, and I assume in everyone else's packet, we did not get the entire report because I did not see this slide in my packet. I may have missed it, but I just looked again, and if I missed it, I missed it twice.
There should be the last page in the report.
Yeah, Mr. Rooney, the highlights, I put, there was, I don't know, 150 pages.
It's a big document.
200 pages for the document, so I tried to put some of the select slides in. I don't believe this is one of them.
And the reason I asked that is that I was somewhat, I'm not sure disappointed is the right word, but I was looking for an executive summary, a summary which would have indicated to this board or to the community the items in priority based upon all the fields that need attention. In other words, priority number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, independent of the field.
And that's what this represents.
So the first item of priority is to address the drainage at Choate Soccer Field. Is that your recommendation?
Yeah, these are short-term recommendations that we looked at, that we reviewed with the Recreation Committee, that we feel like can make big impacts into your community right now.
All right, so this is essentially the slide which would constitute the executive summary?
Yes.
And short-term, is that, do I interpret that as being the highest priority?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then, I'm not going to ask you many questions about that because I haven't had a chance to review that slide. That said, one question. On page 12 of your report, when you were talking about the 9/11 field, you indicate that the site has a total of 1,492 acres. Is that?
The site itself does, but not the...
I can't imagine that's...
The site itself does, but because it encompasses in that whole area, that watershed area, but the site, the field itself is only 90,000 square feet.
All right.
What's that? And the field is leased currently. So
Right,
it's
I
on that
understand
whole, that whole property is included in the site, but the field itself is only 90,000 square feet.
Okay.
So that's, if you look at the field and parking, you're looking at roughly 2.5 to 3 acres. And 9/11 field, from a synthetic, is on the list. It is by age and by quality needs to be replaced.
So just looking at this slide, in terms of addressing the drainage at Choate soccer fields as the #1 priority, and then near term is relocating the Choate softball field. Although those are two separate areas that you would
Yeah, so
address?
one of the recommendations was to consolidate baseball, softball complex at Mooney. We see that as more of a bigger project and requires obviously more funds and time to accomplish. So we see that as more of in the near term, but also not something that is immediate, and it needs an immediate attention as a phased approach.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Semino.
In terms of the executive summary, I'm interested in sort of an executive summary of the objective. In other words, are we, and by we I mean you, do you believe your charge was to increase capacity, increase usage of existing capacity, talk about maintenance and repair in terms of keeping up what we have? I mean, I'm trying to get a sense of sort of what the intended end game is here.
The intended end game is right now your fields, you don't have enough fields to occupy for what the recreation that you have, because your fields, what's happening is the sizing is not sized appropriately. So you have fields, but they're not sized appropriately for use. So it is to try and expand capacity and create usable fields. So things like when we talk about relocating the softball field, you can open up Choate Field into a full-size soccer field by removing the infield. So we are looking at expanding that capacity. We are looking at, over time, creating more opportunity, but also utilizing what you have to do that. There are some recommendations in the package, like making Troutier a full-size track, potentially being synthetic turf to get more use out of it and expand that. But we see that as a long-term goal, knowing that things like the replacement of 9/11 synthetic field is coming, and that's going to be a costly endeavor in itself. So, but that is becoming a reality that needs to happen. So as we looked at that, we really looked at how can we span this out and keep expanding your athletics, give you a 10-year model that you can pick off things piece by piece and utilize it, and keeping expanding your athletic programs. Because again, your fields are not in terrible condition, but they're also, you know, there's size issues, and by reorganizing, you can create more capacity with what you have.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I'm aware of plenty of, ostensible fields in town that are just not played on because of either the condition that they're in, or that they're outmoded for what their original intended use. I'm thinking of the fact that we have a 90-foot baseball diamond at Neary School. I doubt many people even realize it's back there. And if we can't use it for that, then maybe we should use it for something else. So I get that. Right. And without asking you to be too granular, if you can't really answer this, I understand. But if we talk about what the capacity that we don't have now, and so we have more need for recreation, for times and fields than we have now, but how much do we need? How do we go about answering that question, right? How much additional capacity do we buy?
Right.
When are we done buying additional capacity?
I don't know that I can particularly answer that question, but right now, your current condition is, I mean, your local teams are leaving Southborough to play somewhere else. Right, and you have fields that are not being used. A good example is people talk about using Lundblad, but Lundblad is very underutilized and not used because it doesn't function right. So people don't like to play there. It's not easy to get to. There are circumstances that could change that. Like I mentioned, you're using St. Mark's, you have coordination with other schools. If that goes away, that may change really quickly, and the demand could shoot up really quickly. That's kind of a game changer that we talked about. Now, do we know if that's going to happen? No, not today. It's not imminent, but it could happen. So.
And in terms of things like the indoor space that Mr. Kalenda mentioned, is that, again, because we don't have the full report yet, right. I'm sure we will. Have you gotten into that level of granularity? In other words, where something like that might be located? Would we be building over an existing recreational
We didn't get into that granularity of looking at it's a recommendation in the report to look at the potential of that happening, because you have indoor needs beyond just not just athletics, but like space for community space. You have that could be associated with outdoor space as well. There was discussion about it, but we didn't dive deep into what does a building look like? What does a building cost?
Okay.
Because that's a pretty extensive, just in that in itself. It's looking at land, all the available land and land. And there is, the other challenge you have is there's very limited available land to use.
For sure that. Can we just make sure we all get the full report at some point?
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
will this go on Recreation's website? Or where could the public, they can see it here, but will it be also on Rec's website? Yes? Excellent.
Follow-up question, stakeholders, did you reach out to the school departments, and some of this property is on school
Yes.
grounds? Do they have a capital plan, improving their own facilities?
Doreen.
Microphone, if you wouldn't mind.
They do have a plan. It mostly involves the buildings and not the fields. I know that the track is on the capital plan, on their schedule to resurface.
Is it integrated in this report at all, what their plans are?
No.
Is there any
No,
way
we
to
invited
have-
them to meetings, or reached out to them. and to the gym teachers and things, but we didn't, it was kind of when school was ending, so the
Okay.
timing wasn't quite right. But they are aware of the study, and we plan to present it with them and discuss it with them.
All right. And the same with the property lines at Finn and Mooney? They're not on the plan, they're two separate parcels of land?
We actually included the Finn in this plan, the
Okay.
Finn parcels.
Thank you.
Just one last question I have. Any of the stakeholders, like the soccer or lacrosse leagues, baseball, did they indicate any plans that they may have for their own field expansions? I know, as an example, soccer for years has been talking about the complex up just off 85 at the Southborough, Marlborough line. And I believe that was something approved through the planning board recently. Did they mention anything about advancing that plan?
They are moving forward with that project.
And has that, potential use of those fields by that organization, does that impact any of the recommendations in this report?
No.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Is there anybody from the public with any questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, item 7 under scheduled appointments, presentation of water system report. Power Corporation again, and Ms. Galligan. Okay, all set?
I'm actually going to turn it over to Tim Thies from PAR Corporation, who's our water consultant. Really quickly, I just want to do a real quick brief. That's just our water system. He'll talk to that. But just a brief information of what we're trying to do here. When we did the, when Park Central, way back in 2008, before it was still Park Central Street, but there was no development going on at that time, we'd done a tank study report. And that report identified a location on this property as a spot that would be a good location for a tank as an alternate location. This was when we were trying to put a tank in down on a property that the old water department, now the town of Southborough, owns on Sarson Stone, kind of between that and the Deerfoot extension. And when, as we were moving through that and trying to get that approved, and we did another, we updated our water system master plan, and we also ended up doing a tank study, and identified this property. And as part of that, there's a couple options that we have on this property to alleviate some issues, and that's what I actually wanted to have Tim be able to speak to a little bit about, kind of what options, what opportunities this location presents. It's been something that's been on the table for ages, since each time somebody buys this property, since 2008, we've gone to them and said, well, there's a piece that the town is interested in. And at this point, the current developer and owner has said that absolutely there's a piece that you can have, and it's at the elevation we need. So I'll just let Tim kind of speak to what the options are to do that, and just kind of explain how our system works a little bit so that you understand why we need it makes sense for us to have this extra tank. Okay, sorry.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. So I'll start with just a quick overview of the system.
Sir, your name?
Excuse me, Tim Thies.
Thank you.
So Southborough system is carved up into essentially two halves. There's two pressure zones, we call it, the high service area and the low service area. On this picture here behind you, it's a little hard to see, but the area to the left is sort of a yellowish green color. That's the high service area. The area to the right, that's called the low service area. And what that means, all that means is that the area to the left, the ground surface elevation in this part of town is just a little bit higher than the ground surface elevation on the right-hand side. So we call that left-hand side the high service area. The area on the right is called the low service area. Each service area, each zone, operates almost independently of each other. They're essentially almost like two separate water systems. The high service area is served by the Boland pump station. That's the main source of supply. And the Boland pump station pumps to the Terra tank. That's the main source of, or the main storage in the high service area. In the low service area, you have the Hosmer pump station, and that is the main source of supply for the low service area. That pumps to the Oak Hill tank and to the Overlook tanks. Those are the two tanks in the low service area. The tank site that we're looking at is in the high service area. The Terra tank is about 1.3 million gallons in storage. Because of the elevation of the tank and some of the residents that live near it, and how we calculate what's considered to be usable storage, that storage tank has a relatively small amount of usable storage. It's not the entire 1.3 million gallons of storage. So we've been looking and working with Karen for several years now, and she mentioned this tank study report that we did. We're looking to increase storage in the high service area and to improve that amount of usable storage. And the area in purple there, that's the Park Central development. Like Karen said, there was a site identified in our tank study report within that property that would be suitable for a tank. So there's an opportunity here to achieve this objective, to increase usable storage in the high service area by possibly putting a new tank within this development. However, we have to look at this opportunity very carefully, because while we want to increase the storage available, the total volume of storage available, we'd also like to use this as an opportunity to maybe increase pressure to certain customers that are maybe getting low to marginal pressure right now. And that sounds, so the way we would do that is we would build a taller tank, not only more storage, but we would build a taller tank. The opportunity that we have to evaluate is that the right thing to do system-wide? Because a taller tank, it would improve pressure for folks that are getting low pressure, but it would also increase pressure for folks who are getting high pressure. So there's quite a few areas in town that are getting very high pressure right now. So just building a taller tank on this site would sort of move the problem from low pressure to high pressure. Essentially now we would have a lot of customers that have pressure that's too high. So we have to think very carefully about how we go about this opportunity. Is this the right opportunity right now to build a tank on this site, to build it taller? Do we try to get a new tank to work in conjunction with the existing tank that's over there? Maybe carve out another pressure zone, a little bit higher pressure zone, just for this new tank. So what I'm here to do tonight is just to sort of introduce these ideas to you. And maybe the next step is to look at what is the right thing to do here for storage in the system, and how's the best way to take advantage of this opportunity at the Park Central site, and if we can put a tank over there.
Ultimately, what we'd like to do is vet this through the Public Works Planning Board. They had vetted, that was where we vetted the initial water system master plan and the tank study reports. It's a different group now, but actually there's a couple of them who are still there. But it's it's so detailed and there's so much involved, and we really would need estimates and a fairly intensive report to figure out, for them to kind of come up with a recommendation to offer to you guys to then make any decisions on that. So we just wanted to introduce it as this is something that we really think needs to come forward, and we kind of need to look at it as soon as possible. I mean, the land's not going to go away, but it's worth looking at to determine what we want to do eventually, and or immediately. and then have, come back to the board with, once the Public Works Planning Board has vetted it.
So Tim, this water pressure issue cannot be regulated well enough? Or is this a significant issue? Are you talking about the high pressure that if you're, tall tank, high pressure?
So-
Too much pressure, right?
It could be, but of course it comes with its own costs. So some of the things to consider, some of the areas that would get really high pressure, we could consider moving them into the other zone where they would get lower pressure. It would still be adequate pressure, but it would be lower than what they're getting now. The problem is, the way that boundary line was drawn, it was drawn probably 50 years ago when they built the Hosmer and the Boland pump stations. And they built it that way. They cut the town in half that way for a reason, right? It made sense at the time. To now start to go in and sort of redraw that boundary line, we have to start looking at pressure reducing valves, different zone valves in between the high service area and the low service area. So it is something that we could look at. It is something that could be regulated, but of course it comes with its own engineering and ultimately its own costs associated with it.
Would residents notice a difference?
So the customers that would get moved from the high to the low, they probably would notice a difference, but it wouldn't be so dramatic that it would push them down, let's say, to unacceptably low pressure. Some of those customers are going to be getting 95 to 100 pounds of pressure. This might knock them down to 80 to maybe 70 pounds of pressure, which is still very suitable. It's still good pressure, but it would be a noticeable change.
John?
Yeah, my simple mind, it's easier for me to understand this by breaking it down. Right now, am I to understand that the Tara storage tank right now is not sufficient, it's not supplying sufficient PSI to various neighbors? And the reason I ask that, on page 2 of your report, you say, it's noted that there are some customers in the Tara Road neighborhood that experience less than 35 PSI under normal system demand. Did I read that correctly? Is that the existing system now?
Correct.
Independent of any future development?
Correct.
The existing system is not sufficient?
Correct.
Okay. So let's deal with that first before we talk about any development issues.
Well, 35 is what we consider to be the bottom of sort of our most desirable range. The minimum that we're allowed to provide is 20. So 20 is what the DEP says is acceptable. So there are customers that are below 35, which is less than desirable, but 20 is really the cutoff.
How do we get those customers that are less than 35, but perhaps above 20, to the 35 PSI range presently? How do we get them there?
To do that now, with the tank that's there, it becomes complicated. We would have to either boost their pressure through pumping.
So in the pumping station itself?
Not in the existing pumping station. We wouldn't be able to do it there. We would have to build a separate pumping station just for that neighborhood.
Okay. Is
The
that,
issue with that is it's not just Tower Road, and any high elevation in town actually has this problem. So Fairview, I think there's 60 homes in the high pressure side. Actually, the majority of them are not at Tara, on the Tara neighborhood, that actually have this, which is why we're looking at the opportunity of maybe we build a taller tank, and it alleviates that problem, but again, it overpressurizes some people. So that's why it needs to be looked at through a real vetting system, because as long as you give 20 PSI to a residence, you can do a booster pump on your own home, and that's, and then that will bring you up to what you need, or the DEP considers it. I see people shaking their heads. However, that is, the DEP just, if you give them 20, then it's adequate for boosting.
I understand, but there's a reason that you put that they're under 35 PSI. I assume 35 PSI is the goal, the objective that the town is seeking to provide each resident with. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair. We would like to see everybody above 35.
Okay. So even before we get into any new development issues, Mike, how do we get them to that level? And you said one way to do it is to build a new pump station.
So there's two ways to do it.
What's the second way?
The other way would be to build a taller tank.
A taller tank?
To build a taller tank.
physics, is that what it was?
That's exactly it.
Okay.
A taller tank would provide more pressure. But as Karen mentioned, a taller tank would provide more pressure to everybody. So not just those customers,
Is
but
there a
everybody.
maximum DEP number? As 20 is the minimum, is there a maximum?
So 90 is really kind of where we want to keep it below.
Is
They
that a
don't-
DEP number?
So the DEP says 35 to 90 is the range you want to be in. You know, there are customers that are at 95, which are fine. You know, they have no issues with
But I'm
overpressurizing.
asking a very simple question. 35 to 90 is ideal.
Yep.
20 is the minimum. What's the maximum?
The DEP doesn't set a maximum.
Okay,
But if
thank you.
you're above 95, you can install a pressure-reducing valve in your house relatively simple.
Correct.
So I'm not as concerned with those that have high pressure. I'm more concerned about those that have low pressure. So the two ways to address that is, one, build a new pump station, or two, increase the height of the existing Tara storage tank.
Correct.
How much higher does it have to go to get those residents to 35 PSI?
To get those residents over, we'd have to probably add 40 feet to that tank.
Okay, and so that option, what, in terms of building a separate pump station, what is involved in that?
It's more than one, too.
Yeah, so it would actually be more than one pump station. You'd have to have one pump station for the Tara neighborhood. You'd have to have another pump station for another neighborhood that's in a similar situation. So you might wind up building 2 or 3 different pump stations around town. And what's involved in that, that's,
Maybe, I mean, my concern or my objective or my thought process is, before we even talk about potential development issues, we try to get our existing system, not at 20, but somewhere between the 35 and 90. And we address that first, and then we move on from there. But again, that's kind of the simple way that I look at
Well,
this.
one thing about that, and that's why this is, the water system master plan that we have is supposed to be updated in 2018. And basically, we were trying to get the pumping stations upgraded as part of the low-pressure side, which there are issues in the low-pressure side, too. If you live on Overlook Drive, you've got low pressure. If you live on Oak Hill, you have low pressure. So you live near a tank, you have very good flow, but you have low pressure because the height of the water column is what gives you your pressure. Our system's designed that way so that because it's the best and cheapest way to get pressure. Pumping stations obviously cost money. We have to man them. We have to make sure that they have to have redundancy, because all of a sudden now these residences aren't going to have their own booster pumps. So we just need to make sure, and that's why we just want to vet it through the Public Works Planning Board, because also we just upgraded the Boland Station. If we raise the tank and we need to reduce the area of that, that means the Hosmer upgrade might change a little bit. So there's about 15 moving parts. We really
Right.
can't, we can talk about it all as without the Park Central, and that's fine, without any new development. However, the master plan has to look forward to all the development, and it also has to look at the fact that, what are the costs and what's most economically feasible for the town. And that's why we just want to have you guys send us off to the Public Works Planning Board.
Yeah, the reason I asked the question is, I think it makes sense to address these separately, because I make the assumption that whatever happens at Park Central, the developer will be responsible for those issues relative to that particular area, but we need to address the existing residents independent of that. So that's why I asked the question. And let me ask a very simple question, if you tell me again, it may be a stupid question, but the pumps that are in operation now at the high service area, the Boland Pump Station, that supply the neighbors in the Tara Road area, can you buy bigger pumps to make more pressure without going up higher on the tower?
you really can't.
Okay.
You have to build a taller tank.
I'm sorry?
You really can't just increase those pumps.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'd need a pump station between the tank and the homes, correct?
Correct.
So the Boland pump
Booster.
station pumps to the tank, and then to boost the pressure with a pumping option, you'd need to have that pump station downstream of the tank.
Right, you consider our pumping stations currently our supply sources,
Right.
and anything to change the pressure is a booster. And that's what we would have to build at any of these locations. And you would, if you wanted to build it, you would just want to make sure, if we're going to do that, we would need to address all the people who have this pressure issue, which, again, a taller tank addresses everybody at once, but it does create other issues.
What about an additional tank as opposed to a taller tank?
It's the height of the tank.
Okay, I'm sorry. My physics are not what they should be.
So if it's the height of the tank, can a taller tank be put in a less populated area in the high ground?
Could a taller tank be put in a less populated area? Yes. We could put in a taller tank.
Well, isn't that what we did the tank study,
Yes,
tank
yes.
location
And-
study
and
for?
that
And we
was
know
where-
the answer to that. And let me just clarify one thing about this piece of property that Capital Group is willing to give up. Your letter says he's willing to give this to the town regardless of whether he has to build a booster for his own project. So are there any other constraints? Because if he's willing to give the land to the town, then we should just take it and use it or not someday, soon, later, whatever, as part of this overall solution. And whatever else happens on that project, if it gets approved, he's responsible for. So it does remain separate, John.
Right.
Right? Is there
Right,
some
that's-
other constraint on the conveyance of that land that you're aware of?
No, there's not. That's actually always been the point, and the reason it comes up now is specifically like, why don't deed it over now, is basically what.
That's what I'm asking.
Right, and that's absolutely what the developers wants to do. is to
So we
take it off
really
the
ought
table.
we ought to sort of not talk about it as sort of ancillary to the Park Central development, because it's not.
No, it's not, it just,
And it sort of muddies the discussion when we sort of push those two things together. I think if the developer's willing to give that land, and that's potentially part of a solution because it's a spot for a new tank, we ought to take it and include that in the analysis that you want the Public Works Planning Board to do.
well, in the tank study, it's the third location. It's location number 3. I think location number 1 is the piece of property we own on Sarson Stone that we've always wanted to put it on. Because we want to get on the other side of Route 9. I can't remember what property number 2 was, but this was property number 3. It was the only one obtainable, too.
It was a double tank at Tara.
That's right, it was second tank at Tara, which the residents didn't want, and so again, there's a lot of hydraulics to deal with, there's a lot of different ways that you have to reconfigure the system based on what we do, and it really needs to be vetted through deeply, but with the engineers to really come through and give us different options and talk about the costs of all of those, so that the board has a good basis to make the decision.
I was part of the original 2007 study. I went to a lot of the meetings down there with the neighborhoods of Fairview, who objected to the tower there. Then we looked at the site at the end of Fairview Drive, went to Tower Road. There was a discussion of a second tank there. The residents preferred the town to actively pursue this piece of property that we're talking about today. Actually had a town meeting discussion of it. The advisory board got involved in it, and we pursued it. I sat representing this board on another project, trying to pursue the same piece of land that the residents in that neighborhood asked me to pursue. We were not successful because the owner of the property, well, the applicant at the time did not have jurisdiction over the 100 acres. So this site, it's called the Drumlin, if I have it right, has been discussed now since 2007 as a necessary piece of land for the town of Southborough for future development. But in saying that, I strongly feel anyone that's going to develop that piece of property today has to develop it for their needs, but not jeopardize the needs of others at the same time. And I know that's not going to happen because I know the fire chief is going to have to sign off on this. Domestic water, I would assume the Board of Health would, and the DPW. But he or she needs to address what's needed on that development plan.
And currently, that plan does show that. It addresses all the needs, and it has nothing to do with whether we put this tank in or not. And it's not detrimental.
Yeah, and just for the benefit of those in the room, if needs be, this question was raised at the last ZBA meeting, and the developer was very clear that whatever his project, if it's approved, may need, he will pay for. And he will take care of pressure and capacity is apparently not an issue, it's a pressure issue. So we really can talk about what we need as a town separate from that project, because the developer will take care of that project.
Correct. The timing really is just because of the fact that as it's being developed, we need to take that opportunity now.
I guess one question I have, does the proposed development utilize any of the Tara storage tank water/pressure? In other words, is there in fact a symbiotic relationship? If this new development goes in, is there going to be a corresponding or potential corresponding decrease in the pressure in the neighborhood, or are they completely
No, because it's
separate?
still the column of water, and we have the capacity in our pumping stations, especially since it was just upgraded, to provide plenty of flow. And basically, we got to keep the tank full in order to keep the pressure. And the tanks fluctuate all day long back and forth, and that triggers the pumps to go on, and that's how we do it.
So regardless of what is or developed in that location, that will not have any impact on the neighborhood, on the water pressure
Correct.
issue?
Correct.
So we can keep them separate in terms of discussion?
Correct. Seems that way.
And there's no reason not to take that parcel.
Right.
If it's being offered.
Understood.
Even if we're not ready to use
Right.
it, let's just take it and
Understood.
have it in our back pocket.
But it's still worth vetting the process.
Yes,
Even
agreed.
if we don't think we need it now, it's worth figuring out what we are
Agreed.
going to do.
Agreed.
Yep. So what you're looking for from us is your blessing to continue with the Public Works Planning Board to further vet this
Yes.
tank
Yes,
issue.
and basically give you the awareness that it's out there as an issue that's coming up, and then pass it on to them.
Okay.
Unless you guys want to vet it yourselves.
How much time?
We never talked about that.
This process, it's probably about a 3-month process to vet these options, to do the modeling that would have to be done, generate a report, come up with costs. We're looking at probably about a 3-month process.
And I guess on a criticality scale, how desperate are we to have the improvements to the pressure done? Is this something that we need to do short-term, medium-term, long-term? Would it be a good to have?
It's technically a good to have, and I know people would disagree with that, but the whole Tara neighborhood was built with that tank not actually having the same height. We didn't have the pressure relief valve, so everything was at the original, the same as the overlook and the Oak Hill tank. And that neighborhood actually was built with the idea that at some point that tank was going to be able to provide for that neighborhood at least and get the pressure up better. I don't know what they did prior to that tank getting taller, but it was built first for that neighborhood.
And do you have a sense for how many homes in town, not only just on the Tara neighborhood, but in others that have their own booster pumps inside their own homes? Do you have a sense for that at all?
I would assume at least 60, because we know of 60 that are issues with the pressure sometimes dipping at 35 or just below. But I would guess there's actually more.
Okay.
But we
So-
don't
so
have
that would
that.
be a
They don't have
benefit.
to register that.
And that would be a benefit to those homeowners across town, in those affected areas, to have the pressure boosted so that they wouldn't need to continue with a pump.
Correct.
Is that something that the town pays for?
We do not pay for the booster pumps.
Why not?
We never have, that's something that, it's basically on your internal plumbing, so we don't do that.
So could we? I mean, if it's
That
under
would have to be
a level that,
That's something that's Selectmen decision, same thing as like a water commissioners, and you'd have to get a little more information about that and how it works. And then it would have to be you'd have to come up with a policy, who installs them, how many times, if they blow, if they do this, who replaces them, whose responsibility, are we getting an emergency call in the middle of the night for it? Like, that needs to all be something that gets vetted also, because it's a whole change in policy from
so I
what we
can
do.
see, I mean, we don't have anyone under 20 though, is that?
Right.
Not as far as we know.
Okay, so
Everybody's above
at least
20.
we're above the minimum, but, okay.
I have a
question for town council.
Yep.
Aldo? Just guessing, you know, but an educated guess, how long would it take to paper a conveyance of the parcel that Mr. DePietri is offering?
Actually, this is the first I've heard of that. What size parcel are we talking about?
Karen, do you know?
I don't actually have the acreage. It's more than an acre. It's less than 4, but I can't remember what it said on it.
Well, I mean,
Approximately 2.5.
obviously, it has to go to town meeting for acceptance. Town meeting has to authorize the acceptance of the land. The actual title search and the rudimentary things that we'd have to do would take maybe 3 to 4 weeks maximum. But it has to be presented, if this is a gift of land, then it has to be accepted by town meeting. And once it's accepted by town meeting, we would do the title search and all the necessary requisites to ensure an expedited closing.
Coincidentally, we have a warrant we're probably going to close tonight, so we'll come back to this one.
That's
Thank you.
fine. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for this board? Is there anybody in the audience with questions on the water? If so, could you please, you go to the microphone, state your name, address for the record.
John Green, 10 Tower Road. I'm curious, has there been any discussion about mitigation funds from the builder himself regarding Park Central?
Of mitigation funds.
So,
Not for me.
yeah, mitigation for,
anything that he is going to donate to the town as part of this overall project?
Not that I'm aware of with
And
this
not that-
board.
I mean, I know there've been recommendations made by, for example, the traffic consultant, et cetera. I
Okay,
don't
but
think we
no
got down to
funding,
that.
no funding outside of what he was going to do
Specific to the water?
specific to the project. I'm just curious, anything around town from recreation that we just saw
So we
to
want to limit this
water or
to the
anything else?
water.
Okay.
So we're talking about the water.
Okay, so
Study.
is there any reason, I mean, this is gonna take quite some time. I mean, Ms. Faniff mentioned, we've been talking about this since 2007. So how long do the residents have to live with subpar water, have to live with managing their own booster pumps in their houses? If they do break down, they're thousands of dollars. The electricity that goes along with them is a huge expense, right? Many of the people in the room, we pay our taxes like everybody else. We should have a standard water pressure that is delivered to the houses. I don't think it's too much to ask. Too much to ask of the developer, especially this neighborhood that's gonna have a huge amount of impact coming from this dense, traffic-related, safety-related project that we have on the books, and nobody's addressed it. We have a draft decision that's going in tomorrow night that has nothing about this land, has nothing about water, has nothing about water pressure. None of that has been addressed, amongst other issues, but related to water, that's where we stand right now.
So I know, but I have heard the developer state that he has been offering this parcel of land for the water tank.
Right.
And we've heard tonight from the study that was done that any proposed development on Park Central is not going to adversely impact the existing water system, per se.
Yeah, they
So-
hope it's not going to, yep. They hope it's not going to, but still you have an existing issue in the neighborhood, that could be mitigated
And that,
by the builder, and this is an opportunity to do so, as opposed to the developer who says he'll give you a piece of land, but that doesn't put a water tower on it. It doesn't deliver water, right? He's not gonna give you any funding to mitigate the problem there. He's gonna put in his own booster pumps. So what can we do from a project perspective that can mitigate some of these problems, at least within the general area of where this is being built, right? It's an opportunity for the town. There's no reason for us not to look at this.
Mr. Green, if I may correct you, I didn't say it was subpar where you are. I said there wasn't at one time, consideration of putting a second tank on Tower Road, so I needed to clarify that.
Well, it is subpar. It's way under 35
But
PSI.
that was
That's-
not mine.
right.
I'm saying that if someone is developing something, the responsibility for that development is to provide water, not at the detriment of someone else. I did not say the existing condition is subpar, because if it is, then I would assume the residents would have had a warrant article before town meeting to address it years ago, from 2007 until today.
I've asked Karen about this
I know,
numerous
but
times, even
Karen
before
is,
Park Central
Karen
came
is
up.
asking this board tonight to allow the Public Works Planning Committee to review this report and make recommendations at a town meeting.
Right. Okay.
I think we're all trying to accomplish the same thing here.
Well, I'm just worried about the time frame to do so, right? He grants you a piece of land, and then someday we potentially put a water tower on it, right? Where if Park Central is approved, there should be something in there around mitigation to the existing neighborhood.
And
That's my
just to
thought.
be clear, you're talking about general mitigation,
Yes.
not water-related mitigation,
Well, water-related mitigation in the neighborhood, absolutely.
but not caused by the project. You're looking for mitigation funds in
In
as a
general,
general,
yes,
understood.
absolutely.
And
Yep.
it's a fair question.
Yep. And there isn't anything in the draft decision that has anything about this on it, which it should.
Ms. Luttrell.
Mimi Luttrell, 19 Oregon Road, member of the planning board, but speaking as an individual. Where is this parcel? It's not on any plans. It's been discussed at a couple meetings, but where is it?
I don't actually have a map of the area. It's at the highest land, sort of just west of the parcel that's going to have either the assisted living or the hotel. So it's right there, because we'll need easements through that property when the time comes in order to put our piping in.
So it's within the magenta outline.
Well, that's the whole.
That's the whole development.
Right,
So
somewhere in there.
It's within that. It's right around where the magenta development intersects the town line, right
Yeah.
where it says Westboro. Correct.
So is that what's labeled the future development lot? 9.41 acres or something?
It's not, but it's not that whole lot. It's just it's a little piece.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions? Comments? Yes, sir.
Imagine you have Tony, 16A Bantry. So how tall is this tank going to be potentially on this lot?
We could start with the idea of if you don't make it taller, it would be at the,
Right, so we talk about tank height, we talk about how high it is above mean sea level. The existing tank is at an elevation of 515 mean sea level. It's about a 45 to 50-foot tall tank that's there right now. This tank would be sited on a piece of land that's higher than that. So it might wind up being about the same height overall, but it's going to wind up being about, we'll say 545 to 555 mean sea level. So it'll be about 40 feet taller or higher up than the existing tank.
if we made it a taller tank.
If we made it
kept
taller.
it the same height and we kept our systems the way they are, then it would probably be like a 35 or 40-foot tank. 30 or 35. I'd have to look at the exact elevation of that land.
Has there been any thoughts or considerations about line of sight or other issues that may arise from this tank?
All issues have to be vetted through the Public Works Planning Board. After doing the tank the last time, and even looking at it, realize how much people don't want a tank to even exist, but really can't work without it. So that is why it really needs to be vetted, and it's super important that all that stuff gets looked at, so that we come to the table, to the selectmen, with all that looked at. But we've not looked at anything at all except back when the 2008 tank study, to just find a location.
Karen Shimkus, Slim Brook Road. I'm just concerned that the people of the neighborhood don't actually get a say before decisions get made. So I'm wondering if there's, some kind of vetting process. I mean, this is just the preliminary discussion of another tank that they may or may not want, that it seems to me may be a conflict, because It's actually enabling future development of an assisted living in a hotel, which has nothing to do with us. And why should we pay for that? I just completely don't understand that at all. So I'm concerned that it's a conflict, and I'm concerned that it really should be a matter fully vetted and presented to the people who are affected most, the neighbors, the residents of those neighborhoods. Thank you.
Ms. Galligan, every meeting of the Public Works Planning Group is a public meeting.
Yes, they're all
So
public
every
meetings.
meeting that they'll discuss this, to vet this, will be a public meeting available to everyone.
Yes, and
If there are
us,
any conflicts that may arise, those will be vetted during those meetings, those public meetings
Yes.
as well. All right,
and
thank you.
a tank being there is good for our system. It doesn't do anything it has nothing to do with whether that land can be developed. It
Well, let's
just
not even
has
go
to-
there right now.
Well,
but-
I
but
just
the-
want to
but the
respond to
meetings will
Mrs.
be public.
Shimkins's issue.
Yeah, the
The
issue
final
was-
report will be made public, probably presented back to us.
Absolutely,
So,
and the meetings are
Public
public.
participation is
and-
protected here.
Exactly. We had plenty of public that came the last time we did this, as Mrs. Faniff alluded to.
Thank you.
All right, seeing, Ms. Reynolds.
Claire Reynolds, 104 Main Street. Just to summarize a couple things to follow on with what Mr. Rooney was asking about. So is the plan, if you go kind of step by step, is the first part of the plan, or the procedure, I guess, so to speak, is to get those people with low water pressure up to speed, so to speak? That was kind of the first thing I thought that you brought up. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
But I don't know if that's the, Karen, go ahead.
So the reason that the town needs more water storage, the reason we want it in the high section is because the high can feed over to the low rather than having to, because we have the pressure relief valves in between the systems. So that's why we put the storage in the high. Now, the fire chief can speak to this, we can speak to it, that our usage, but basically, like, right now, it's been dry. This week, actually, our pumping's way down, but, we end up pumping with 2 pumps for a lot of the day, at least a few hours, and which feeds into the system, and when the usage is really high, it doesn't fill the tank. So what our goal is that we have a tank that has enough storage that it actually stabilizes a little bit, that the fluctuations are a little less, less severe, and also that when it's a high pressure time, or a high usage coming through, that the tank is actually able to provide and supplements the pumping station a little bit more than they currently can, because once it drops, a couple of our tanks are very narrow. Actually, almost all of them are very narrow. So, so that being the case, 100,000 gallons of water is all you get out of that tank before you need to pump it full again. So that's the issue, is just to get storage.
Okay, so I'm totally out of my league talking about this, but it just seems to me that in the process of doing this, there has to be a way that step one is done first, or otherwise, and maybe this is still going to be studied, how is it that it's going to be determined what the cost is for the additional capacity that Park Central City, essentially, is going to require with the number of units, hotels, 40Bs, and if you take all of that, that's like building half of Southborough. So it just seems to me that that's going to require a lot of capacity. So my thought is just, it seems that when all of this is being done, there has to be a way to separate out what the additional cost is for water to Park Central.
Sir, could you speak
Does
to
that
that?
make sense?
Did you cover that in your analysis?
In the analysis that we've done to date,
Yes.
we didn't cover the cost, let's say, of water to Park Central, but we did talk about their demand and how much
Yes.
water they're going to use. We estimate that based on the number of units, they might use anywhere between 100 and 200,000 gallons a day in the summertime, right? So what that is as a percentage of the total system demand, we could calculate that. That's probably going to wind up being I'm not certain what it is off the top of my head, maybe 5%, 10% total. So in terms of that capacity, we can do that analysis and see what it is relative to the rest of the system.
Yeah, so I think to Ms. Reynolds' question, I think, and Claire, correct me if I'm wrong, but the impact to the system in terms of volume and whether the current volume is sufficient, not pressure, but volume. What was your conclusion?
There's adequate capacity available for this station. So today, because the Boland Pump Station, we just upgraded the Boland Pump Station, and the Boland Pump Station is the supply for the high service area, this whole side of town. The capacity of the Boland Pump Station is around 2.1 million gallons. Right now, over this peak usage time that we've seen over the last couple of weeks, because it's been so dry, Boland has probably been putting out about between 1 and 1.2 million gallons, right? So it's still well under its capacity to provide water. The added demand of Park Central isn't going to put it over its capacity. It'd still be well under its capacity.
So Claire, I don't know if that's helpful to you. It seemed like that was sort of where you were going with that.
No, it isn't, to answer your question. But I don't have the background to be able to bring up the kind of questions. It seems to me that when Mr. Rooney asked his first question, it was, how do we take the number of people who are currently at that 20 to 35 range, right, and bring them up to all 35? So there were two responses of how you did it. You add 40 feet to the tank, or you put in a new pumping station. Is that right so far? Okay, so that brings up everybody who is there. Okay, now you add in the whole Park Central part. And what I'm hearing this gentleman say is, well, that would give the capacity that's needed?
I'll jump in. Claire, I think what we're mixing up is flow and pressure.
Right.
I think we're mixing those, and they're two distinct things.
Okay, all right.
So
I mean, I don't need the answers. I don't want to take the time up.
Well, there's plenty of water, and the developer will pay to pump it to his new development.
Okay.
But I think the question you were
Entirely.
asking, if
ahead,
I was getting it right, that if there's new infrastructure that we construct that is required, and any portion of that new infrastructure is directly attributable to the Park Central project, that Park Central ought to be paying for that portion of it. And that is direction that we could give to the Public Works Planning Board, is to identify that to us.
Thank you.
But from the flow test that was done in the study, it does not appear that, again, the flow is the issue, it is the pressure. So Park Central was simulated under that test that was done in the field with no adverse impact to the Tara Road, or the pressure readings taken at the Tara Road development at the same time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, please.
Hi, Janet Sussman, 1 Flag Road. I'd just like some clarification for the record. Is the developer willing to donate this parcel of land whether or not his Park Central development is approved by the town?
Don't know.
That is my understanding from discussing with him.
That's the question I was
Do we have
wanting
more
an
than an
answer to.
understanding?
Yeah.
Well, as part of this process, because the town, I'm not allowed to negotiate land. That's something that has to come to the Selectmen, which is why we had to bring it here, so that if they want to vet this, they need to have the discussion, make sure it gets put through, and then the Public Works Planning Board then can vet it.
I understand your procedure. I would have recommended that this discussion be tabled until after a decision was made on Park Central. Personally, I feel the information on Park Central has been rather muddled by various public hearings from various boards. It gets confusing, and I think tonight having this on the agenda item has further added to possibly the public's confusion as to what is right and wrong for this town at this point in time. I do respect your long-term planning for the town and the needs of all the residents in the town, but I would like to voice that I think the timing of this agenda item personally was not good. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Sorry, Majid Yazdani again. And this is, I guess, sort of a procedural type question. If the ZBA is having its vote tomorrow and this project gets approved from their perspective, do we as a town still have the ability to approach Mr. DePietri and request mitigation for these water improvements that's being discussed?
This actually isn't mitigation, it's really just a land
Well,
that,
no, I understand, but we are talking about potentially approaching Mr. DePietri to pay for some of these water improvements that will benefit the whole town.
and that's all up to the selectmen and ZBA.
That's where the procedural question comes in.
I don't know the answer to that myself, so,
Yeah.
sure.
From what I heard, this is a town issue and not a project issue. This is in the context of a 40B, so the word mitigation is used extremely sparingly, or you're going to get into an issue of uneconomic condition. So outside any regulatory proceeding, mitigation or exaction, which is not even recognized in the law, is probably not available. But it's the power of the Board of Selectmen to maybe bring the developer forward and talk to the individual about whatever issue they may have for the town in general. But there'll be no compelling need for him to do anything but grant the land.
So, I'm not an attorney, and I apologize for repeating this, so I just want to make sure I understand this. So if this project is approved, the applicant, Mr. DePietri, has no obligation to listen to the board and pay for some of these water improvements that we're discussing tonight?
If it's a town issue and not a project issue,
Yes.
as I stated, no, there's no mitigation. What I've heard tonight is that the water issue, as discussed, is a town issue, not a project issue.
But also, don't we have the ability as a town to request the developer for a certain amount of mitigation for town improvement based on his project, in terms of, I guess, making up for some of the other concerns that are being raised and associated with this development?
Not outside the four corners of the project, and normally not under a 40B permitting procedure.
So even though the tank is going to be on his, within the four corners of his property until he deeds it to us?
But the tank's location is the convenience for the town's issue, not the project issue, unless I'm not hearing this correctly.
Well, I mean, I think.
So,
Can I
so
ask the
I'm hearing
question?
that that's correct.
The parcel of land that the town has interest in,
Yes.
for the benefit of the town, is owned by a developer. Could the town ask for consideration that that property be gifted to the town at a later town meeting for acceptance? Can the question be asked of the developer?
Well, I thought the developer already agreed to gift this land.
This board, can this board
Can this board do what?
push the issue that we would like the property for a future tank location?
Absolutely. You can bring the developer forward and affect a more precise discussion about the status of that supposed gift.
Counsel, is it appropriate for a condition in the ZBA decision to seek mitigation monies that are reasonably related to the project?
As long as it doesn't constitute an uneconomic condition, which
Okay.
would then be appealed,
Right.
yes.
It would be appealed by the developer.
This project could be appealed by
No,
anyone.
I'm talking about the mitigation component.
Yeah,
Okay.
true. Now,
Okay.
mitigation, again, is something that really you don't look at in the context of 40Bs per se,
Well,
but it is recognized.
By way of illustration, if the project is going to increase the school population by X, can the town seek mitigation money or seek a mitigation agreement that addresses that X cost?
The cost of educating additional children?
Yes.
I would say no.
Okay.
Purchase of a new school bus?
I would say no.
Okay.
No. Again, this is under the protective, I don't want to get into too much of this is,
Right.
some of this is my strategy of how I'm going to deal with this if I have to defend town boards.
Understood.
But there is a highly protective aspect to the 40B, which is recognized by the state agencies. And as pointed out by the traffic engineers in the last meeting, you attempt to get your best arrangement at a local level without pushing the envelope too far, because if it goes on appeal, it's de novo hearings, and you could lose everything at a state level.
Understood.
And I'm only restating what the engineers said, and that's correct.
Okay.
So, Mr. Shea, I'm wondering if we're moving well beyond.
I was wondering.
Can I make
So
one?
we got to be quite careful because this
Correct.
was not put on the agenda. I agree, the timing of this is not good, so.
Can I make one comment as to the mitigation, please? John
to the
Green.
chair.
Go ahead.
John Green, 10 Tower Road. But I'm pretty sure that Mr. Moss made pretty close to a $350,000 mitigation concession as part of Madison Place. So we also gave him a use variance for 125 for-profit townhouses. So for us to sit here and say that this is uneconomical is crazy,
All right.
right? This is a $125 million project based on 180 units at 250K and 125 at 500K, right? And that's probably being pretty conservative. So for it to be uneconomical, Aldo keeps bringing this up, is absolutely insane. It's not uneconomical for him in any which way.
I think it's a legal term.
Yeah.
So there's a difference between a legal term and what you're talking about, so I think
There isn't. He has to prove uneconomical. He has to prove it.
Right.
Yeah, so he'd have to prove it to fight it, and he's not going to fight it.
So, but I think we are well off the topic,
So,
Mr.
is
Chairman.
there a recommendation
That
from
they
this board?
continue to vet this project through the Public Works Planning Group, that it, through many open meetings.
I'll second that as well. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Karen. Okay. Next to reports, Chairman's report. I will defer at this point to our ex-chairman.
So, back on August 11th, this board received a document that was titled Second Draft Findings and Decision of Comprehensive Permit for the Residences Park Central. And upon receipt of that, I noticed what I believe to have been what I think was a premature drafting insofar as it was my understanding that town council had appropriately advised all the boards that various boards and committees should have an opportunity to weigh in on this particular project, and in particular, I addressed the planning board and conservation. And I read the draft, and I did not see, because I understood that they had not yet responded or commented on the development. So I took it upon myself just to send out a message to town council asking him to make sure that before any draft decision or any decision was pen was put to paper, that they include, or that those comments from those boards and committees be taken into account. I have to be careful because I can talk about process, but I can't talk about the project, as some of you know why. The second part of this was the Flag Road issue. And I know Flag Road is intimately intertwined with this project, but we also have in front of us the O'Toole report dated May 9th, which talks about the executive summary talks about the existing dangers inherent on Flag Road as it exists now. And in terms of a process, I think it is our board's responsibility, as I understand it, to be the road commissioner. So I think we independently need to make some decisions on the safety aspect of Flag Road as it exists today. And then we can certainly, or the rest of the board can deal with them if this development is approved. But I don't think we can just sit by and do nothing with being in possession of the O'Toole report that talks about roadway improvements are justified to address excessive vehicle speeds and pedestrian safety issues. I think we need to do something or give some guidance. So I asked town council to be here tonight to address the process issue. And the process issue that I see as being relevant is that this board has a responsibility to address the safety of the road. If the ZBA decision addresses issues relative to exiting from the Park Central development, are they then impinging on our jurisdiction to discuss safety on Flag Road? So, for instance, and again, just a for instance, if this board were to consider this report and this report made certain recommendations and then we voted to implement those, there's a possibility that those recommendations from this board would be inconsistent with or in conflict with the exit from Park Central. And if that's the case, where do we go from there? So I am asking from a timing perspective, this board has got an obligation to do something relative to Flag Road. There's no question about that. We have the report. To do nothing, I think, would be a dereliction in duty. So we have to act on that report. Do we do that prior to the decision of the ZBA, in conjunction with the decision of the ZBA, after the decision of the ZBA, relative to exiting from this development? I think that's an important process question that I think I'm able to ask without getting into my conflict on Park Central.
What is the date of this report?
May 9th, 2016.
The regulatory authority of the Zoning Board of Appeals is technically confined to the site and egress to the site, in and out, and minor enhancements or improvements right outside of the site to mitigate safety issues for access. We would defend any decision of the Board of Selectmen to continue to regulate Flag Road as a public way under the authority that a board has had in this Commonwealth for over 250 years. So if conflicts come between your decisions for public safety on Flag Road under your jurisdiction, and I don't think that you waive any significant jurisdiction, I've already said this in a planning board meeting relative to this project, even under 40B, and if those on the other side disagree, we'll defend or prosecute that. But I think that, that there's no constraint on the Board of Selectmen to act as you determine in the public safety for the residents of the town and as affected on Flag Road. If it's somehow in conflict with ultimately what the Zoning Board of Appeals does, then we'll deal with that in the appropriate forum.
Yeah, I don't see how it could be any other way.
Okay.
I mean, we're not going to cede control of Flag Road to the
No, I
ZBA.
agree. I agree. This is my concern, and again, tell me if I am off base. If ultimately, after we do we have our committee meetings and we invite public officials and residents to talk about safety issues on Flag Road, if this board ultimately determines that an increase in traffic on Flag Road necessarily will increase the hazards associated with traveling on Flag Road, can this board then issue a directive of no left turn out of this complex onto Flag Road after the decision of the ZBA has been written? That's my question.
Well, I mean, I think town council just told us that we don't lose, we have that opportunity to do that. I mean, we are the stewards of the, safety for that road, and if we determine that that's in the best interest of the town and those residents, there's nothing stopping us from doing that.
You have that opportunity right now.
Right, today, tomorrow, next year, I think
No,
that's
today,
right.
you can make that decision today.
That's right.
Relative to the access off the no left turn issue,
Yes.
or?
The no left turn
Just,
out
just
of
by
the
way
site.
of illustration, or if this,
By way of
if this board
illustration.
wanted to make Flag Road a one-way, or if this board wanted to make Flag Road a gated access.
Whatever, within reason, substantiating yourself on the record for solid public safety reasons, I think you continue to have that authority.
Okay.
The
I just wanted to
ZBA
make
can-
sure.
Yeah, the ZBA, I believe that. I mean,
Okay.
I understand the whole theory about it, everything's consolidated into, the 40B review, but this is more than the general vicinity of egress off the 40B or the plan unit development. This is a safety issue for the entire street.
Correct.
Which is well-known in the town, and there are other streets in similar situations. But if you're saying relative to the Zoning Board of Appeals, normally it would be the ZBA that would, under the comprehensive permit procedure, that would regulate ingress, egress, access to the site by maybe no right turn, no left turn, particular times of a day, whatever would mitigate bad impact to the connecting public ways. They would have the ability to do that, but you still do regulate the public way.
Okay,
Makes sense.
I'll
Okay,
make
I
a
c-
motion.
I just wanted to make sure I understood the process, that's all.
I'll put a motion on the table that this board takes a position that no left-hand turn out of that project onto Flag Road North, subject to police and fire department's public safety review.
I'll second for discussion.
Yeah, for discussion, I think it may be premature, because I'd like to hear I'd like to hear from the residents as to whether or not that is something that is within their desire, number one. I need to understand from the fire chief and the police chief relative to safety issues. I appreciate the motion, and it may be an appropriate motion at some point, but I don't know if it's timely at this point.
I agree. It's not right. From my perspective, there's probably a variety of and there are a litany of safety mitigation efforts that could be done besides, the one that you've identified. And are we going to take motions on all of them tonight? I don't think that it's right.
I said subject to public safety, fire, and police review.
Yeah,
But there has to be some direction, and the direction has to come from this board.
Yeah, the second point, Mrs. Faniff, is that the report that we have identifies safety concerns independent of Park Central. So I'm not sure that just no left turn out of Park Central, although it may be the way that we will ultimately vote, I'm not sure that that addresses the existing safety concerns in the O'Toole report.
Well, we could put that all before town meeting,
So,
the speed humps, the stop signs, and everything else.
so I know, so when the tool report was presented to us, so we had a lengthy presentation, a good discussion with many of the abutters, residents of Flag Road, others in town. We didn't come to a decision at the end of that night, but we made a commitment, and we've said that we had made a commitment in subsequent meetings that we would continue that discussion so we could solicit more input. So, again, while it may ultimately be a decision that this board makes, I think that the proper thing for us to do is to move forward with this forum that we had discussed previously on Flag Road, have more of a discussion on all of the options that were presented in that report, solicit input from Flag Road residents, others in town, just so we can hear more perspectives, more opinions on remedies to Flag Road. So personally, I think it's premature for us to take a vote at this time.
All right. Can I have a follow-up question to that, if I may? If the board decides not to take a position on the design that's before the ZBA, do we have that opportunity after the ZBA approves the site plan?
You mean once the decision has been concluded and duly filed?
On the plan that's before the ZBA now, and we take no action before they approve that plan?
In other words, you make no report or comments to them,
Recommendation, right.
no recommendations. Are you asking what ability you have to do it after the fact?
Yes.
Well, procedurally and legally, probably none, until it gets into an appeal process, and then there's a whole variety of devices that can be used to address issues, including mediation.
Thank you.
Yeah, but can we make sure we're talking about the same thing?
Yeah.
Because I think Mrs. Faniff is asking about if, for example, the one we're using, if we were to not take a position on no left turn tonight, for example, and then the project was approved by the ZBA for turns in both directions, we would not be precluded from later coming back and saying no left turn.
Wait a minute, she's talking about making comment
I don't think she was,
currently.
but I think that's what
No.
you heard.
No, I am.
Well, comments about no left turn, we can do.
I'm asking the question, if we do nothing, and there's a plan before the ZBA today that is being discussed, and they approve it as seen, have we lost any position to make any changes or alterations to that road as it connects to Flag
Well, that's a
Road?
different question. That's more of what
That's what I
Selectman
was
Rooney
asking.
was asking.
That's what I'm
But-
saying.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about the plan before the ZBA, which shows that.
My prior point was that, again, you have the preemptive jurisdiction as you control the public ways. If there's a conflict, there's going to be an issue with that. If there's a condition in a duly filed decision and you take a position ultimately that the road needs a different design or a different traffic mitigation, it'll be a conflict, but we will defend if you determine that the ultimate concern is the public safety of the town in egressing that road, the entire road interconnected to the other roads, then we will defend that decision, as you are controlling the public ways.
But as I understand it, the report, the O'Toole report, already identifies an existing safety condition on Flag Road. Let's make that assumption as number one. That's what
Okay.
it says. It would necessarily follow, unless someone can tell me otherwise, it would necessarily follow that that safety risk will increase as the number of cars increase. Makes sense, correct?
There's no question about
Okay.
that.
Therefore, any decision of the ZBA which increases or potentially increases on Flag Road would necessarily increase the hazards as identified in the O'Toole report.
Well, I've never seen the O'Toole report. I did listen to 4.5 hours of traffic engineers in the last ZBA meeting go over all of those aspects. Did they have the advantage of the benefit of this report?
The O'Toole report?
Yes.
Mr. DeGray wrote the report.
Oh, well, it's DeGray's report.
Yes,
Well, all right. Well, he spoke to that at length.
yes.
All right.
Yeah, I guess, and I should say, with regard to Mrs. Faniff's motion, that I agree that it's premature, but I think it can go in the opposite direction. It may be that our ultimate decision is not just no left turn, but to close it, gate it, one way, or dead end. And I don't imagine a circumstance where we could somehow be precluded from doing that next month, 6 months from now, next year, regardless of the ZBA's decision.
No, as you control that ultimate public way, you just have to have adequate information and evidence to support whatever you're deciding to do for the sake of public safety.
And I would assume that follows that whatever impact that may have to the prospects of the project are the developer's risk, given the timing. And, yeah, likely to be appealed, et cetera, and you'd have to defend it.
All right, I tend to agree with that. Again, I gotta be very careful because I'm gonna have to be in a prosecutorial and a defendant mode, I'm sure, at some time in the near future, so we don't want to give too much of strategy. All right.
And I'm sorry to ask you this again, but I need to make sure I understand your answer.
All right.
If the ZBA decision comes out and has any conditions relative to turning onto Flag Road, left or right, can this board then independently make its own decision on Flag Road, which may conflict with that ZBA decision?
You can.
Okay.
I've been trying to say you can, but here's the last part of that. And this safety issue is elevated. It has to be egregious because the state agencies are going to start balancing the whole concept of affordable housing against, so what is this public safety issue? Is it real? Is it contrived? Is it an average issue? Or is it an elevated issue? Or is it an egregious issue?
It's a issue that's identified in an independent expert report that there's a safety issue. In the executive summary, it says the roadway improvements are justified to address excessive vehicle speeds and pedestrian safety issues. Of primary concern is the safety of vulnerable, non-motorized roadway users. That's as it exists today. Therefore, I make the assumption, and I don't think it's an invalid assumption, that additional traffic would increase the risk.
And that's my star witness.
Okay, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, I am a fervent believer in the authority and power of a Board of Selectmen over its public ways for public safety, health, and welfare purposes.
I just want to make sure, based upon the process,
I
that
understand.
we're at the process.
The balance of that is affordable housing and 40B, and I'm sure there'll be others that don't agree with my position, but I'm vigilant in that belief because it's such a historical requirement for selectmen for public safety. So somehow we'll deal with that in due course.
That's why I put the matter on, asked for them to be on the agenda.
If the ZBA can tie our hands with regard to Flag Road, can they tie our hands with regard to Lynbrook?
No,
With regard to Lover's Lane?
no,
How
they
far
can't.
does the ripple
No,
go?
they can't. I don't believe they can tie your hands
Just-
to the broad scope of your ability to control the public ways and safety on public ways. It's just that there's going to be this somewhat of a balance because of what type of a project it is. But I still believe that you have still significant authority, and I'll say it in public again 3 times, and I've said it before many times historically, to control and regulate the public ways.
Thank you for
So
the
there's a motion on the table. Are we voting on it, or is it being withdrawn?
So it was moved and
All right, so
seconded.
we'll vote on it.
Yep. All those in favor?
Well, I might be, but I'm not this evening, that's all. I just don't know.
Ms. Faniff is yes. All those opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Fails 1 to 4.
We did say we're going to open this comment.
We did.
So. Go ahead.
John Green, 10 Tower Road. We have been talking about this for well over a year now. I'm not sure why we need to continue to wait for a decision on this. I know that many of the members of the board have been in ZBA meetings, they've been in planning board meetings, they've heard from all of these people ad nauseum regarding this issue, right? If you're not ready to make a decision around this, I'm not sure you ever will be. I'm really concerned with Mr. Cipriano and his use of egregious, because we've sat here and we've listened to Capital Group's traffic attorney tell us that the road is perfectly fine, it can handle as much traffic as they want it to handle. We can run it to LOSEs, we can run the intersection at Route 9 to LOSE, LOSF, which is level of service, pretty much the worst it gets, right? But still, the state says it's perfectly fine, right? So it does hugely concern me that you are not going to take action prior to a DEIR, or a decision that is supposedly going to be made tomorrow by the ZBA, right, on this issue, with left and right as part of that agreement. And again, we are pushing this decision on increasing 10% of our population, the traffic. We're not sure about water, we're not sure about safety, we're not sure about clear cutting, we're not sure about half of the things that are out there. And yet we're gonna push this through, and we're gonna vote on it tomorrow with 3 people on the ZBA who are appointed by you, right? And they're gonna go ahead and they're gonna rubber stamp this, and then we're gonna be left to pick up the pieces. So, to me, if there's anything that this board can do right now, it is to vote to stop the left-hand turn onto Flag Road to protect the citizens and all the neighbors that are here. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Jan Sussman, 1 Flag Road. I was at a planning board meeting, I think it was about last week, Don, when was your planning board meeting? And the planning board had a consultant named Judith, and I will not quote her exactly, but I'd like to let the public know that there was kind of an overwhelming response from her that this is the town, one of the town's largest projects that they have ever and will ever encounter. And she was quite surprised, and again, I don't want to quote her, and I know I'm on the record, but she was quite surprised at the way in which this whole process has been handled with respect to sharing of information between boards, public citizens, maybe having special forums with regard to safety, as Ms. Fanoff recommended at the last Board of Selectmen meeting. You're right, the vote looks like it's going to take place tomorrow, and I'm not sure we know what we're doing. And I'm not pointing my finger at any one of you who serve this town out of the goodness of your heart and for the love of this town. But we love this town too, and we live on these streets, we walk them. I'm not sure we have all our ducks in order if in fact a vote is to take place. And I encourage everyone to please take a look at where you are and why we're asking questions a night before a supposed vote is going to take place about the safety of this project, about the water of the project. I'm not sure we have all the answers, and I personally feel if we don't have the answers, no one should be voting, because it will be a disservice to everyone, including yourselves. Thank you.
So, actually, before, Mr. Farron, before I get to you, so, Mr. Cipriano, one other question for you. So, I had sent a letter in to the ZBA this morning, and it made reference to the letter that you wrote to the planning board, June 11th. I think in that letter it was, confirming ZBA's authority on the project in general, but in that letter, there were comments made that both the planning board and the Conservation Commission were integral to the Chapter 40B review process, and the comments from those regulatory boards should be received by the ZBA during the public hearing process. Is it appropriate for the ZBA to close the public hearing prior to receipt of the comments in a public hearing from those regulatory boards?
All right, that opinion letter was relative to the mixed use of the plan unit development. Much of that had relation to the residual authority of the planning board under site plan review. 40B says that the Zoning Board of Appeals may seek comments from other boards. The the Conservation Commission, relative to the State Wetland Protection Act, has sole and exclusive continuing authority to regulate regardless of what the Zoning Board of Appeals does. That's independent authority. Relative to any other comment they want to make under local law, those comments should be filed timely. This project has been before that ZBA for quite a bit of time in comparison to the timeline under 40B. Relative to the planning board, anything to do with 40B, their comments should be filed before that board acts. But what I'm hearing is the board is going to act tomorrow night in some fashion. So it's hopeful that the planning board will have their comments, or at least somebody present to make those comments tomorrow night.
Okay.
That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Shea, thank you for asking these questions. Could you ask that question one more time? The one you just asked, Counsel?
It was whether it was appropriate for the ZBA
To close the public hearing.
prior to receipt of comments from the regulatory boards of the Planning Board and the Conservation Commission.
That was your question. And in addition to those comments that are due, is the peer review from the consultant, which we don't have yet, and other input from, other entities.
Yeah, and again,
So-
that's part of the comment letter that I sent to Mr. Eagle earlier, I was commenting that, the 100% plans were not received until August 15th.
7 p.m.
In my opinion, your boards have been acting in good faith to conduct the reviews of those, to develop comments. My recommendation to Mr. Eagle in the letter I sent was that they not close the public hearing until your boards continue the work that you're required to do.
And then, prior to your letter today, the chairman of the Conservation Commission sent a letter essentially asking for the same thing, that they that they not vote until the over 200 open items relative to conservation issues are addressed. This afternoon, at I think around 2:30, the planning, I signed as a chairman of the planning board, I signed a letter to the ZBA, essentially asking the same thing and reminding them of their responsibility to address these things before they close the public hearing. So going back to your question, is it appropriate to close the public hearing? I'm not sure if I heard that answer.
So I heard a number of shoulds and mays, which a good lawyer will do, all right? And so I don't, bemoan you for that. So I'm inquisitive as to whether or not it's a must,
Well, and maybe,
a requirement.
Let me say this to you. I cannot, as legal counsel, I can give advice, I can give suggestions, opinions, I can prosecute and defend administrative decisions. The one thing a local government lawyer cannot do is cross the bar and start making decisions or influence the ultimate decision of an administrative board, because then it becomes the decision of council and not the board. Now, my comments throughout this is, it's important to get these comments in timely. There apparently are other issues in terms of the ability of this board to act in a timely manner that have got to be taken into consideration. So I fervently believe that boards should get all of this information in before they act, but I can't force them to do that.
it seems, when you say get the comments in timely, you said that in a 40B context. It seems sometimes that I don't mean this to you personally, but we combine these things when it's suitable, and sometimes we treat them separately when it's suitable. Planning and Concom have fought valiantly for their piece of turf with regard to this project. And now for the project for the public hearing to close before they have completed that process, abbreviated as it may be, I think is untenable. I heard you just say it's not for you to decide, and I get that. But I don't see how that's even possible to contemplate, given where we have been with requests for special counsel and et cetera, regarding the jurisdiction of these other boards.
I understand that. The other concern is that this is beginning to mirror somewhat of the public hearing that's happening in the Zoning Board of Appeals. And it's okay to have some general discussion, but this issue's got to be decided in that forum with everybody present, and if it takes 10 hours to do it, so be it.
Mr. Morris.
I guess I'll try one more time. I agree with what town council said, that he can't make the decisions. Over the years that I've been on the board, we've been reminded very professionally that town council advises. And so in this case, once again, back to your question, would town council advise the ZBA to close the public hearing with all of these open items, or would town council advise the ZBA to have it stay open, continue the public hearing?
Based upon my I'm not funny at all. Based upon my responsibilities as a council, that's an unfair question tonight. We'll deal with it tomorrow night. In the context of the quasi-adjudicatory administrative hearing and not as a side question here. I have answered ample questions of the planning board at length, in writing and in person. I can't give any more answers on these projects.
I accept
At least
that.
I don't think I can.
No, I accept that. If that's, if that's the appropriate response, that you're gonna address it tomorrow, that's fine. I just want to, this is an email. I was in and out of the town hall a couple times today, including the time when I signed that letter, and I was told by the planning department that I think the number was up around 40 letters and emails that came in during the day today from the neighbors and from one of the selectmen and so on, to try to get their comments in by, I guess that there was a timeline of noontime today, although, so that's kind of a pretty busy day, and as far as I know, it's unprecedented to get that many letters and emails in on one particular project within one day of the continued public hearing. But this is from, it's an email to Hillary, our administrative assistant, from Karen Finelli, who was working this for the ZBA. And it's dated today, August 23rd at 2:12 p.m. It says, "Hi Hillary, I am sending this email to the planning board per David Eagle's direction. If you would like to submit additional comments with respect to Park Central, please do so prior to the next ZBA meeting, Wednesday, August 24th, 2016 at 4:30 p.m. Regards, Karen Finelli." So we were aware, we had planned prior to getting this, we have a meeting tomorrow with our consultant, Judy Barrett. I think it's around 12:30, 1 o'clock here. Myself and Phil Jenks from the planning board will meet with her and the town planner and have our consultant assist us in making appropriate comments to the draft decision or the process. So that was set up a week or 10 days ago to have this meeting as soon as we could, and as it turns out, it's actually going to be tomorrow afternoon. And so by 4:30 tomorrow, the planning department, the planning board will have comments to the ZBA, and it's consistent with the time frame that they've given us. One of the questions I think that we're going to ask is, first of all, what's the driver? What is pushing this this short time frame for addressing this? Why does it have to be resolved tomorrow? I saw an agenda, and I might even have it here, that specifically states that the ZBA intends to vote. Yes. You have that? That's correct. So it states right in the agenda that they're planning to vote tomorrow. And I think it's appropriate that maybe the selectmen, because you're the ones that appoint the ZBA, to ask them, why does the public hearing have to end tomorrow? What's the driver? I think we need to know that, and why is the meeting scheduled for 4:30? I'll be there, but it seems like a peculiar time, and it also seems that we don't have a real strong reason as to why a decision is essential tomorrow, as opposed to after the Conservation Commission meeting later this week, and after the Planning Board's continued public hearing on the site plan in mid-September. Thank you,
Don.
Mr. Shea.
Mr. Green.
Yes, John Green, 10 Tower Road. So I do have a comment around that. Being pretty attuned to real estate around town, I do realize that Mr. Shea's house has actually been for sale for...
Not Mr. Shea, not Mr. Shea.
I'm sorry. It's all blended together at this point. I'm like half asleep. Mr. Eagle house has been for sale for quite some time. It's actually been under purchase and sale at 11 Sarenstone Lane for, I don't have the number of days, but well over a month. So he actually took the new chair to the board, knowing that he was leaving town.
You know that he's leaving town.
I believe that he is leaving town. I have a reason to believe, so I'm going to ask you to look into that. The close date, anticipated close date within MLS on his house is actually August 21st, which my guess is it may have gotten pushed to the end of the month. So just reason for thought, right? Reason for thought is that maybe you guys should, you know, certainly look into what the driver is behind having to take a vote tomorrow. I have a feeling that this may be one of them. So I would question the ethics behind all of this if, in fact, Mr. Eagle knew he was leaving town to take the chair on this board.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Shea, I would only respectfully request that we don't question other people's ethics. That Mr. Eagle's not here.
Nope, that's fine.
I've known him for years, not well, but you know, he's a public servant like
Absolutely.
everyone on this board, and
I
think
hate to bring
there'll
this
be
up,
an
to be
opportunity
honest with you.
tomorrow to ask all of these good questions of,
Yep.
of the ZBA as to what the driver is, and
Sure.
I think, I agree, I think it's a great question, and
Yep.
I think it should be answered.
I hate to bring it up because I think Mr. Eagle, since taking over, has actually been 100 times more professional than Mr. Bartolini, so.
Well, you just did it
So-
again, so maybe
So
we'll
we're
let
gonna-
somebody else get up there.
Sorry, I'm going to sit
We
down
actually,
now.
we
Thank
actually
you,
have
Mr.
some,
Green. Sir, go ahead.
Yes, a couple of points. One, I'd like to point out to Mr. Rooney that actually there's another updated draft compared to the one you saw earlier that came out this Friday.
Yeah, while I was on vacation, I tried to
Yes.
stay away from Park Central as much as I could.
I don't blame you. This is like a second job for me at this point, not getting paid.
I get $800 a year, so.
Well, that's about $800 more than I am getting.
That's before taxes, sir, I think.
And if I may approach the board to pass out something?
Sure.
Great, so this is a picture of Mr. Eagle's house with a moving truck in front of it.
So,
I think it's
again,
just
this is a question for Mr. Eagle.
Does this add anything to what
This is a question.
what does it add to what
and what does
Mr.
it
Green
add-
just
What
said?
does it add to the process? I believe, Mr. Shea, are we still on the process question and of where are we at on our agenda? I
So
think that's
we
important
have
to know. Is-
combined under Chairman's Report 1 and 2 at this point.
Okay,
So
so
we're going to
is this-
complete.
Is
I
this
wanna
particular
complete-
issue on the agenda?
So
Is this
this issue?
discussion part of our agenda?
This issue?
That
It is not.
Yeah, I
This
think-
is not.
So
That-
let's-
That's a question
Where
for
do you want
Mr.
to,
Eagle.
where are we going to go tonight with the
So I
meeting?
want to stick with comments, questions on the decision process.
Okay, well then, I guess, I think as Mr. Morris pointed out, should we be a little bit more inquisitive about what is the motivation here for the board to be setting up a meeting at 4:30 in the afternoon?
And again, I think that that's a question for the ZBA tomorrow night, and.
Well, it's actually tomorrow afternoon.
Yep, correct.
And I think, one of the issues that we're faced with is, are they going to be losing quorum shortly? And I think this is one of the motivations of why this meeting is taking place tomorrow.
Thank you. Ms. Shimkus.
Just because it's easier, I'd like to read some letters into the record. Zoning Board of,
Yeah, is
We
it
have
on
that-
this
We don't
topic?
have that as a practice, Mr. Shea, of reading letters into the record.
Yeah.
We've never,
So we can,
It's-
under public comment,
it's quite short.
we have,
accept public comments.
we have,
This relates to process.
Quickly, please.
Okay. To whom it may concern, this letter serves to request the following conditions be incorporated in the comprehensive permit for the residences at Park Central Development. Please note that by offering these conditions, it does not constitute any implied agreement with the project, nor are any rights waived as to further actions regarding the project. Also, since the ZBA has apparently intrinsically linked, controversially, questionably, and in an unprecedented way, market-rate townhouses
So-
of the development by use
Excuse me,
variance.
Are these conditions, recommendations for the ZBA?
Actually, I'm not going to read them at all. It's regarding process. It's very disconcerting that the ZBA has hit the acceleration pedal in the month of August, leaving very little time for public awareness, as many residents are away, and public comment, including these comments, on conditions with only literally days allowed. I drafted this at 7:30 this morning, on conditions. Also, with the deadline for comments as Tuesday, 8/23 today, by noon, this has provided very little time for residents to even be aware that these conditions are due, never mind respond. The timing of the next ZBA meeting tomorrow at 4:30 during work hours this coming Wednesday is simply ridiculous. This flies in the face of and is contrary to the spirit and purpose of open meeting law. One might conclude that it's easier to discuss and act on conditions without the public being able to attend. I would encourage you to carefully heed citizen complaints regarding keeping public hearing open, and until all other boards, planning and conservation, et cetera, have provided their comments, which is consistent with the discussion tonight.
Thank you.
Since they can be adequately discussed in public.
Okay.
I have one other letter that I'd like to read. Dear Board of Selectmen, and to whom it may concern, please incorporate this letter as part of the record. Please note that pursuant to the Board of Selectmen's executive session on August 2nd, 2016, the Zoning Board of Appeals was reorganized, and the then chairperson, Mr. Leo Bartolini, stepped down from the chairman role. As pro temp chair was subsequently put in place, Mr. David Eagle. There are now new concerns regarding Mr. Eagle himself, who apparently has had his residence on the market for
So
sale
we've discussed this.
since
We've
April.
discussed this.
These are
And
serious
we received
concerns
the
on
letter that you
process. These are serious concerns on process because may have placed external outside pressures on the decision process, as he may imminently no longer be a resident of Southborough, and it affects our quorum and process.
Okay, and I think we
Importantly,
have all, I think everybody on this board agrees with that. We've
yes,
heard that, and
importantly,
that's
and this is the
that
point of the
ZBA should
letter.
answer
Importantly, Mr. Leo Bartolini, who no longer serves as committee chairperson, has been allowed to remain on the Zoning Board of Appeals in spite of complaints presented to BOS. Please note that as the Board of Selectmen has reorganized the Zoning Board of Appeals, resulting in Mr. Bartolini no longer serving as ZBA chair, the BOS has opened the door of this entire matter regarding Park Central process open to challenge. It is profoundly disappointing that the Board of Selectmen has made its decision in this way and has taken this course in this manner. Thank you.
So the board, just want to note, the Board of Selectmen did not reorganize the ZBA. The ZBA reorganized itself. Mr. Shea, where are we at on the agenda?
Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you. Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford. So this started off talking about the safety, and Ms. Faniff put a motion on the agenda. I think that it is extremely important for this board to discuss the safety meeting. Regardless, we need to have a safety discussion that's open to the public, not tonight. But I would urge you, before you close this meeting this evening, to make sure that happens. I would also ask for a reconsideration of that vote, given the state of the nature of the intention of the vote tomorrow evening, despite any advice that the board might receive. I would ask you to reopen the motion and vote again, and to please consider the over 40 comments Planning Board just mentioned have come in regarding the conditions, the multiple copies of requests you've received as well on the MIPA comments, and the very, very concerned citizens around the safety. I don't think there's anything that you have not heard. I'm not repeating. I'm just asking and encouraging you to reopen that motion and vote in favor of closing a left-hand turn access. Thank you.
Sir.
Good evening. I'm Felix Womboro, and I live on Flag Road. I've attended the ZBA meetings a couple of times, and the last meeting, Mr. Eagle, well, actually a resident mentioned something about the authority that the Board of Selectmen have over restricting a left-hand turn onto Flag Road, and Mr. Eagle said that they cannot do that. Council was present. I never heard anyone speak up and say that that is not something that the ZBA has authority over. It's the Board of Selectmen. So I question the facts of whether the Board of Selectmen really can restrict that left-hand turn, especially because it was mentioned in a previous meeting that they cannot, and nothing was said about that.
I can address that. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm familiar with that exchange. And I think if you go back and watch, Mr. Eagle originally, he first said he didn't think we could do that, and very shortly after, he admitted that he really wasn't sure and it would be left to us.
Okay.
But I do remember what you're saying. I think he gave way on that point very shortly after he said the first thing.
All right.
Okay, I probably missed that. My other comment, I just want to make real quick, is I think the Board of Selectmen probably need to understand more about what they're not going to be able to do as a result of the decision tomorrow. And the planning board also probably needs to understand what they're not going to be able to do as a result of the decision tomorrow versus focus on just a left-hand turn. Because I'm sure there's a lot of things that are being discussed right now, a lot of things up in the air regarding trees being cut, regarding a lot of stuff going on. So I think it'll be good if we get a handle on what can we not do as a result of the decision being made tomorrow, if the decision is decided to be made tomorrow.
Thank you. Mr. Farrington, I'd like to make this, if we can, wrap up this section on the chairman's report. Go ahead.
Sure. I'm Kevin Farrington, 58 Flag Road. I spent Sunday afternoon out collecting signatures for a citizen's petition, and I just wanted to let you guys know that it's not just a few people here that are concerned. I thought we'd have trouble, right? We're talking about closing Flag Road and inconveniencing the entire neighborhood. No one refused to sign because of that. They all agreed. They're all concerned. They all have little kids. They're people who have lived there for 40 years. You know, no one was worried about being inconvenienced. They understand the safety issue. So please, it's your, I think I've heard today, the ball's in your court. So thank you.
All right. So one thing that I would like to do as we wrap up discussion on the chairman's report is, as we had discussed, is to try and work on a date where we can have that Flag Road Forum. So do we want to do that as part of one of our meetings? Do we want to have a separate standalone meeting? I think that may be a better forum for it than trying to work it into another meeting with other business items that we have. Are there dates that we want to contemplate for that?
I agree. I think maybe we can, if there are some dates that might be proposed, then we can all see, you know, if they work for each of us, and that's generally our procedure.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we can work through Ms. Hale and Mr. Purple on coming up with that as soon as we can, would be my recommendation.
Can we offer some dates tonight?
So, sure, yes, we can. So
We'll
what
look at
would you like to propose?
I'm available anytime.
All right. Oh, I think we'll avoid daytime meeting,
Jay, I'll
to be
only
honest.
suggest that, and I don't know if Mr. Rooney, if you're able to go through calendars now, but it might be a better use of our time to do as we normally do and work through Ms. Hale and try to find the soonest date that we can all meet instead of
All right.
spending the next 15
So
minutes
why don't we
looking
do that,
through
and make it a point to get dates that were available to Ms. Hale tomorrow?
Yep.
And then effort getting notification of that date out to the public as soon as possible, so everybody can plan that.
Yeah, I would only suggest that I think it makes sense to expand the group of invitees. Obviously, we want the police chief, the fire chief, and I don't know if we get anyone from Mass DOT. I know, Mr. Purple, you reach out to them and to find out whether or not they would participate in the meeting, and they seemed somewhat reluctant to engage in a discussion with us. But I think that we have all the stakeholders from the public safety perspective, and the public has well advanced notice of it. I think we should do that. I mean, I am mindful that it probably makes sense to try to do it after school is back in session, because most people should be would be returning back from vacation at that point. But I expect it to be heavily attended, but I do think we need to get all the town decision makers or those with input to the meeting, and hopefully everyone in advance will have familiarity with the tool report, so we don't have to begin the discussion from square one.
Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay.
Who outside of the town are we inviting?
Well, Mr. Purple, I know you reached out to the District 3 engineer from Mass DOT to participate, and he indicated it was departmental policy not to attend any public hearings where a private development is being discussed. I'm not sure we're gonna be, if we're discussing a private development, then the meeting can be independent of my calendar, because I can't attend. If we're discussing just Flag Road safety issues as it exists today, I believe I can attend. So maybe he would reconsider and come to a meeting just to discuss Flag Road safety issues as they exist today. But if it's combined with the private development, then, like I said, you can have that meeting without regard to my calendar.
And I would add to that, that to the extent, part of what we discuss is the configuration of the intersection of Flag and 9, he should be there.
And it's not necessarily.
Mr. Gray ought to be there as well,
Yeah.
as the author of that report.
All right, so if MassDOT chooses not to participate, there is no reason not to have our public safety officials and Mr. DeGray at a meeting
Correct.
sooner, if
Correct.
necessary. Okay.
I would
So-
just stress to the District 3 engineer that we're not going to be discussing the issue relative to the private development. We're going to be discussing current issues as they exist on Flag Road today. And maybe that would be the hump to get them over to come to the meeting.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Just a subtle reminder for Vanessa to also check into a larger forum, because I do believe you will have a large attendance, potentially for Trotter.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the town administrator report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had included in your packets some information from the town of Ashland. The town of Ashland is currently in a Stage 2 water ban. The reservoirs are down about 3 feet below where they're supposed to be for them to withdraw water. The town does have an existing municipal aid agreement that was executed in 2007 with the town of Ashland for emergency water. Ashland has received approval from DEP for an emergency declaration, and they are seeking the same within the next week or so from MWRA for emergency water. Ms. Galligan has been vetting this with her counterpart over in Ashland, and per the MOA, we need to seek the board's authorization to activate the municipal aid agreement for Ashland.
Can they do anything with regards to our pressure issues?
John, it's too late, John.
Too late?
Too late.
Too late.
You need a motion?
I do need a motion.
Is there a motion?
Well, I'll move that we vote to approve the request of the town of Ashland for emergency water consideration pursuant to the mutual aid agreement already in place.
Second.
Second. Any other discussion?
I would just note that.
Rooney, oops, sorry.
Yeah. Do we have 750,000 gallons of potable water per day to provide to them?
I'll defer to Ms. Galligan on that.
While she's walking up to the mic, the water that we would eventually supply to Ashland under the mutual aid agreement is with full reimbursement to the town. They pay us as any other water consumer would.
Plus they
So
pay.
anticipate the question.
Yeah, plus they pay a premium.
Yeah, they pay a lot.
It's good water. Ms. Galligan.
Yes, our pumping has subsided quite a bit this week. So we actually have plenty of capacity still at the stations. I had thought we might be we're having a rough time, but I was actually looking at the wrong amount of the old the Bolin pumping station, what its capacity was prior to us having the upgrades. So we still have capacity at that station quite a bit to pass over.
All right, thank you. Anything else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Consent agenda. We have taken action on consent agenda item number 8. Are there items that board members would like to hold and not vote as the group?
I'd like to discuss number 10.
Number 11, 12.
Why don't we do 1 through 7? Is there a motion for items 1 through 7?
There is that we approve 1 through 7.
Second.
All those in favor of approving items 1 through 7?
Aye.
Okay, item 9, board committee appointments, reappointments. What I'm going to do is have Mr. Purple walk through the list that we have, just to give a quick summary of the appointments that we're looking at tonight, and we can decide how we want to take action after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you, you have a list. It was included in your packets. There were some slight revisions, and I will just go through that. The items that were highlighted are the items that there is action requested. First, for the ADA committee, it's a 5-person committee. Right now, we do not have anyone on the committee. We have 5 vacancies. There are 2 people who have submitted interest in the committee, Mr. Fish and Mrs. Faniff, and for consideration for appointment. Community Preservation Committee, Mr. Schifrin is seeking reappointment as the Shopsy rep, term through 2019. Conservation Commission, they have an existing vacancy, and I believe that they are vetting candidates at this time. The Conservation Commission is recommending that the Community Gardens Co-Coordinator be eliminated, and that is the only consideration for the Conservation Commission. Council on Aging, 2 existing members, Elaine Yetman and William Yetman, need to be reappointed. They were not sworn in time per the bylaw, and they are currently considering a new volunteer, Mr. Akampora, and they will let us know when they are prepared to make a recommendation on that candidate. Economic Development Committee, Ms. Grama, the ex officio town planner, seeking to appoint into that position. Previous town planner was on the position as an ex officio. Under Green Technology and Recycling Committee, there are currently no one on the committee at this point. Mr. Tannenholz has asked to seek reappointment. I've had conversations with Ms. Galligan about this, and she does not feel that there would be an issue if this was folded, under Public Works, and issues regarding green technology and recycling could be funneled through the Public Works Planning Board. I've had conversations with Mr. Tannenholz, myself, and he would just like to be kept in the process as we go forward, establishing the town as a green community. Historical Commission, you took care of.
Is he willing to serve on the, is Public Works Planning Board full?
No, moderator has 1 appointment.
1 appointment left.
Okay.
Moderator has 1 appointment at this point.
Okay.
And I know that, I believe Mr. Pazakis has reached out to the moderator a couple of times, seeking, who's gonna fill that vacancy.
Okay.
Historical Commission, we took care of that earlier this evening, with Mr. Hubley. Main Street Design Working Group, Mr. Boland, John Boland, did not get sworn in time, needs to be reappointed. Metro West Regional Collaborative, Ms. Bartolini, I believe she was inadvertently reappointed as the Planning Board rep. She's now the Board of Selectmen rep, because she's no longer on the Planning Board. Municipal Technology, Ms. Morrow is seeking reappointment. She did not get sworn in time. And there are 2 residents who have submitted indication, Mr. Bussey and Mr. D'Amelio. And there were some comments that came from the chair, from Claire Reynolds, late this afternoon, as to both. She felt that both had value. I'm not sure whether the committee is really made a recommendation, how you'd like to proceed with that regard.
Is there room for both?
There's not room for both. You would have to expand. You'd have to expand the
so-
committee.
Well, we could do that if we chose to tonight.
You can do that.
Okay.
Let's see, pilot.
So can I ask
Sure.
a question on that? You and Mr. Ballantyne, do you count towards the 5?
We do,
You do.
yes.
So,
And moving forward, now that we have a new IT manager, I likely am going to step aside and put the new IT manager in my spot, but we was not prepared to do that yet this evening.
so then wouldn't we have it filled already with Mr. Ballantyne, Mr. Challen, Ms. Morrow, you, and Ms. Reynolds?
No, because you added another, this position was Mark Fallon.
But if we have 5 members, with 5
You added
names down,
you added another member, so you have 6.
it is 6.
So
right?
Claire may have a
Ms.
thought
Ross
on
is at
that.
the podium.
The chair might
There's
have a
6.
thought
Oh,
on
she's
that.
still here, I'm sorry. I
So-
don't want to speak for you.
No, that's okay. So, the question that I have is, you and Brian have been on there, but not as ex officio members.
That's correct.
So is there a reason that that was done that way? Or typically, because there's no typically there's no non-residents on committees. Is that correct?
I'll let Aldo speak to this, but I'll do it first, Aldo, and you can correct me. But town council has opined.
Sorry to do that at 9:30 at
Yeah,
night.
no. Yeah, town council's opined on this previously, but the bylaw that was passed is applicable to statutory committees created by, under Mass General Law or town meeting. It's not applicable to ad hoc committees created by the selectmen. So you can have a non-resident voting
Okay.
on an ad hoc committee.
Okay. All right, so, just a couple of, do you want any comments?
Let's run through the list first,
Oh,
and we
okay,
can
all right.
discuss how we want to handle
Okay.
the voting after that.
Jumping to the pilot committee, Mr. Rooney was not reappointed in time, or did not get sworn in time, needs to be reappointed. Mr. Goodney, on the Public Safety Committee, again, did not get sworn in time, needs to be reappointed. Recreation Commission, Mr. Schifrin, seeking reappointment. Special Legal Counsel, Tim Norris, is seeking reappointment, was not able to get sworn in on time. Mr. Schifrin, for Shopsy, is seeking reappointment. Southborough Scholarship Advisory, Mary O'Brien is seeking reappointment, she did not get sworn in time. And they also have 2 new volunteers to consider to fill the 2 vacancies, Mr. Bussey and Mr. Fish, who have also indicated interest in a couple of other committees. Southborough Stewardship, Ms. Simino is the Conservation Commission rep. She's an ex officio member. There is a request for her to become a full voting member. I'm looking at Freddie just to make sure I get that right. So the request is that she become a full voting member instead of the ex officio member that she is currently. But to that point, she did not get reappointed. She was not reappointed because she didn't get sworn in time. Southborough Trails Committee, 2 members, Mr. Guilford and Mr. Kajagian, Kajagian is seeking reappointment, did not get sworn in time. And there are 2 new volunteers, Ms. Navaroli and Mr. Bussey, that are being also considered to fill the 2 vacancies. Taxation Committee is all seeking reappointment, Mr. Ballantyne, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Mullins. And on the Youth Commission, Ms. DiStefano is seeking reappointment, did not get sworn in on time, would need to be reappointed. So
Okay.
that is your list.
That's the rundown. Could I jump to the Green Technology and Recycling Committee? Guess I'll make a motion that we not fill that committee.
You dissolve.
I'll move that we dissolve the Green Technology and Recycling Committee.
Second.
And to wrap it up with the Public Works Planning. The tasks that they've
duties
been
will be-
performed
Tasks would
have now
fall
become
under
part of the Public Works.
Public Works
Agreed.
Planning Board.
Yes.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we will not appoint on that. Is there any other?
Back to municipal technology.
Yep.
Yeah, we have.
They have 5 members already.
So I'd like to hear, if I
So
may, from
They have
Ms. Reynolds.
5, but apparently it's 6 there are 6 members on the committee, not 5.
I mean, there's 6 slots.
So that
Okay, well, here's-
5 should be a 6.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Reynolds?
Here's just a suggestion. There are, the 2 candidates are really, one has already been attending meetings just because he was so interested. That, to me, says, here's a person who is really very interested in being a contributing member. The second person, as I wrote in the email to you, has a very impressive resume. The value of having the Municipal Technology Committee is to have people with different backgrounds. As you all know, with technology, the scope of it is huge. So what you need is a range of people that all have their individual pockets of experience. My recommendation would be to not have Brian on the committee. And the reason is because, not that he wasn't a contributing member or anything, but the reason is that of the 5, you need to, unless you're going to change the number and go from 5 to 6. You go to 6, now you're back at this thing of having an even number of committee members, so if you're voting on something, could potentially cause a problem. One of the things that the past year that I tried to do was to actually get into doing some of the things that the Municipal Technology Committee was actually charged with doing. Quite frankly, we weren't really very successful with it. Despite reaching out to the committees, I sent an email, Mark re-forwarded the email, Mark Fallon presented at a meeting that was of department heads. It's a good thing I wasn't getting paid for this because I would have no business. And because nobody took us up on the different areas of expertise and what we had reached out specifically for, telling them that we could do. And I really think that we need people who can step aside of their daily job. You know, Brian has his job as the treasurer, and I think that we really need to have the people with the range of experience that you have from the citizen participation. That's just my comment. Questions?
So your recommendation is that we appoint one individual?
That you unappoint one, or I don't know, can you do that?
Well, we just not appoint one, I guess, right?
He's already been appointed, though. Right?
Run that one by me,
So
excuse
who-
me.
We have 2 individuals
Right.
that are looking to be appointed
Right.
to this.
If you're going to keep the committee at 5, then, and I don't even know if you can do this, would it make sense to unappoint the person who is the employee, the town employee, who is currently on the committee, and put the 2 new people in?
So wouldn't it be a benefit, though, to put the 2 new people in and expand the wealth of knowledge that you were talking about? Having those 2 on, and then when Mr. Ballantyne is, you know, I mean, I can
that's
only
fine, too.
imagine he just adds to the discussion, doesn't detract from it. You know, my thought was, you know, that's an idea. But my thought is we add both of them and keep Brian on, but.
That's fine.
I always, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Good.
You know, we've done this in the past where we've had good volunteers and the solution is make committees bigger. And every time I say it's not a precedent, you know, it's not something that we presume we'll do every time somebody wants to join a committee, we just expand a committee. So I agree with Dan in terms of Brian's contribution, but as I also agree with Claire, as between Brian and Mark Purple, I think we appointed them at a time when maybe we didn't have, you know,
There was nobody standing in
volunteer
line.
core for this that we have now.
Right.
And your point about, you know, having day jobs, you know, resonates with me. So I would be, I don't know whether you feel like you could speak for Brian about this, Mark, as to, you know,
Yeah, so
if he was.
You need both of you.
official.
Yeah, I have no issue. I mean, if Brian, you know, is removed from the committee or not, you know.
If he's ex officio. It's fun to say, too.
Well, you could do that as well.
I think we're making this a little bit more complicated than it needs to be.
Yes.
I think we should just appoint those people that want to be members of the committee to expand the committee, given the diversity request. And those that are non-residents just become non-voting ex officio members. Period. Do we need to go any further
Well,
than
that
that?
second part is important, because otherwise, I'm just not for expanding committees.
So I
you know,
agree with the second part.
Well, I'm not generally for it, but given Claire's, given Claire's presentation as to the diversity and the breadth of the committee's responsibility, I think in this instance, it makes sense.
If we move the town employees to ex officio status, I would agree with that.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Purple, any issue with that?
No, I think that's fine. The only issue is whether, whether or not I'm replaced on the committee, even as an ex officio member, by Tom Laflame, who is our new IT manager.
When
Who
the
I
time
think
comes?
would- I think would
He's
be
here.
better. He's here.
He's here.
Let's do that too.
We appoint him now?
We'll remove you
And
and-
remove,
So you can remove me and put him in my place as ex officio.
sold.
Brian's gonna have
Okay.
something to say about
So
that in
moved.
the
So,
morning.
Mr. Ballantyne, we've had this discussion already.
Okay, good.
So, Mr. Ballantyne and Mr. Laflame would be ex officio,
Yes,
and the board would then appoint Mr. Bussey and Mr. D'Amelio.
Yes.
and remove you.
And
And remove-
reappoint
Yes.
Ms. Morrow.
Correct.
So moved. Oh, all right, so we have,
So, I think we have a game plan for.
yeah, no.
Hey, Mr.
Oh,
Hagerty.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Hagerty.
I'm sorry, Jim.
Jim Hagerty, Town Clerk. First of all, I highly recommend that you don't, for this committee or any other committee, have an even number of people, especially in a committee like this where people travel and you try to have people remotely participate. The problem is you have to have, if you had a body of 6, you have to have 4 people physically present to have a meeting. You cannot have a remote participant be considered part of the quorum, and that becomes very problematic, especially for a group like this that travels. It creates a conundrum, would be the Scrabble word for the night.
But they'll have 5.
I count 5
No,
voting
I'm
members.
just saying that because you've talked about this going back and forth.
Yep.
In light of town council's opinion about this, we need to have crystal clear in the writing that comes across from us whether the ex officios will be considered as part of the quorum or whether they will not. Just, I want to have that crystal clear moving forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's been seconded, I believe.
All right, so in this, ex official members are not considered part of the quorum.
Correct.
Correct.
Non-voting,
Non-voting
not
members.
part of a quorum, correct.
That's what Jim needed.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on any of the remaining appointments?
If you want, so we had a motion for this particular one, and we want to,
Was there a
Revise-
motion for
there
that? I
was.
missed that if there was.
yeah, there was.
Okay,
I believe it was seconded.
so, so this is strictly for the Municipal Technology Committee
Yes.
to have the 5 town residents as voting members and 2 ex officio members as non-voting members.
Correct.
Not counting towards quorum.
Correct, and removing Mr. Purple and replacing him with,
Mr. Laflame.
Mr. Laflame.
correct, that
Been
was the
moved,
motion.
seconded.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that one's done. Any other comments on any other of the committees? So then I will move that we appoint to the remaining committee as highlighted in yellow on the handout presented to us before the meeting,
With,
the exception of those that we've already voted.
I'll second.
and with, I believe, did I have it correctly on the, was it the, one member was being moved to a full member?
Yes. On the,
Council on Aging.
No, on stewardship.
on stewardship,
Yes.
And then the community gardens co-coordinator is being eliminated.
that's correct.
Yes. So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. That was easy. Item 10, closing of warrant for October 4th, 2016 special town meeting. Mr. Purple, could you update us on where the warrant stands right now?
Let me pass it down. So as of this evening, and again, I've just given you, there's a draft warrant with draft language, but the board tonight is concerned with closing the warrant as to the articles that are included. There are 11 articles that have been submitted for consideration. 4 are citizens petition articles. Town clerk has certified all of the signatures, that there are sufficient numbers for all of those. There is the normal article, I'll just run through the articles. Article 1, to hear committee reports, which is a standard article for all of our town meetings. Article 2, fiscal 2017 budget adjustments. There are some budgets where we do need to move some money around, and we'll take advantage of having a town meeting now to do that. Article 3, collective bargaining agreements. We are close to being concluded with communications officers, so it'd be good to get that contract approved so that we can get that into place. Article 4, authorizing the selectmen to dispose of surplus property, specifically Fayville Hall. This was an article that was discussed at the last town meeting. The selectmen wanted to bring this back for consideration at the next available town meeting. So a placeholder has been held for that. Article 5, amending the town code to change the term of the moderator from 1 year to 3 years. Article 6, amending the code for the qualification of elected and appointed officials. As we've discussed this evening, it's 15 days from the date of appointment, and the board has made comment about that, extending that from 15 to 30 days. We've taken a look around those communities, limited, that do have qualification periods are normally 30 days, but the majority of them don't. I don't think it's a bad idea, but I think that, if we have them, it probably should be extended out closer to the 30 days. Article 7, the easements for the Main Street project. This is the article that was defeated at the annual town meeting, and the selectmen wanted to bring this article back. Article 8, the repaving of Main Street, which is a citizens petitions article, which seeks to have the work done on Main Street outside of or not using the project money from the state and doing it in the way that the state is asking it to be done. Article 9, to amend the zoning bylaw regarding use variances. Article 10, to rescind the Industrial Development Commission and the Industrial Development Commission Financing Authority votes from 1966 and I believe it's 1985. And the final article is a citizen petition to close the access to Flag Road from Route 9.
Mr. Rooney.
So I guess the meaning of special has different...
John.
Wait.
Mike.
Microphone, yeah.
I said, I guess the meaning of special is a little bit different than what I thought it was when we talked about holding a special town meeting. I understand the citizens' petitions, that's fine, those come in, but you know what? The purpose of the special town meeting was, is there a way to be able to put some of these articles to the annual town meeting? It almost makes the special town meeting less special in terms of, listen, we wanted to focus this meeting on the Main Street. I think it's a big issue, it's a big enough issue. Let's talk about Main Street and the citizens' petitions. If we need to throw all these other in for administrative purposes, then that's okay. But that was my feeling. Let's try to focus it on the discussion on Main Street and not have to spend 2 days on a special town meeting. That's point number 1. Point number 2, we kind of threw a dart at the board when we picked October 4th. When we picked October 4th, we were not aware, or at least I was not aware, that Ms. Galligan has a long-standing family vacation out of the country. I do think, given the fact that she has been working on this Main Street project since the date of her hire, that it makes sense that she be in attendance at the special town meeting. I've talked to Mr. Hegarty about a different date. We've discussed the date with Principal Keith Lavoie, and the date that I would propose this board, we changed the special town meeting from October 4th to October 18th. Those are the only comments I had on it.
Other comments?
I agree with Mr. Rooney. I think Fayville Hall should be removed. I'm not sure why Article 5 is being proposed by the Board of Selectmen. I would think that would be the town clerk. Article 6, that can wait till April. We just made all of our appointments till this evening. the citizens petition, if they file it with the town clerk, they've had the necessary signatures, then I don't see the reason for removing them.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting.
No, I'm not. I'm just, the ones that I think there are several that can wait.
So I agree with that. So my question, I guess I would have on Article 6, to amend the code, does that need to be approved by the Attorney General? Amending the code to, for the time to get sworn in?
Yeah,
Yes.
anytime you change the code, it needs to be.
So I think that one is fairly
Probably.
straightforward, and I think that that would help us next spring if we can at least get that taken care of at the special town meeting. That'll give us the ability to have the Attorney General approve it, hopefully prior to the annual town meeting, so that when we come to appointments next year, we're already in the 30-day approval rather than the 15-day. So I wouldn't anticipate, I would think that we could get through that one easily, and it would be beneficial to us for this year, but personally, I would agree with removing Articles 4 and 5.
Doesn't the same logic, and by the way, I agree with Mr. Rooney, we should take off everything other than the citizens petitions and Article 7. Doesn't the same logic, Mr. Shea, apply to Article 5? Wouldn't we want to know, when we go into the next town election, how long the moderator's term is going to be?
So, I just don't know why it's so pressing that we need to undertake this at a special town meeting.
No, so we agree.
Agree.
I'm saying, but I'm saying remove 5 and remove 6.
Well, with 6, I mean, this board has, reappointments has taken up a number of agenda items at meetings that we've had since our initial appointments. And it's because people are away in the summer, people just don't have the opportunity to get reappointed. By taking action on it now, it saves time on our part a year from now. So we're not continuing to add these and dealing with appointments this late in August.
So I'll agree with you, Mr. Shea. It would be nice, I completely agree with Mr. Semino and Mr. Rooney that it takes away from what a special town meeting is. The fact that it would take us probably 10 minutes to reappoint people that didn't get sworn in time at a meeting like we did tonight, I think is not that big of an inconvenience if we had to do it one more time. And next spring, and I'd hate to waste the townspeople time, you know, at something like that. Who knows what's gonna come up? You know, we think it's gonna, we've thought
True.
other things might
That's
pass
very true.
easily, and it turns
Very
into a pretty long discussion. So it's a special town meeting for a reason, and I would strongly suggest that we focus on just the issues at hand, the issue at hand with Main Street and the citizens petitions.
Now, in terms of, well,
Go ahead.
I think it's worth discussing whether we add an item, and all the more important than to take as much of this off as we can, whether we add an item relative to accepting a parcel of real estate on behalf of the town, being what we discussed earlier tonight regarding the possible tank site at Park Central. So we have to do it, we have to accept it at town meeting. If we wait until April, Lord knows what, you know, whatever offers on the table now may or may not be there at that time.
So I'll ask
strike while the
town
iron is hot.
council, to accept a parcel of land at town meeting, would we need to have a legal description of the property, a meets and bounds description, an engineering plan showing it?
I would prefer both a plan description and a running description, but the very minimum would be a plan description, a recorded plan description.
So I don't know.
So I don't know if has this parcel been cut out, or?
No.
I don't know, but, you know, this is our last chance to put a placeholder in this warrant, and if we can't do that by October 18th, then so be it, but let's not miss our chance if we can do it.
I don't have enough information on this parcel, but if it has to be cut out, that's going to take some form of engineering, even surveying, I'm not sure.
My only comment, and I'm sure this is going to upset the Park Central resident people, and it's not the purpose of my comment, is that putting this item on the special town agenda, I believe, in all likelihood, not necessarily a bad thing, but in all likelihood, is going to lead to a full discussion about Park Central and the negative impact of Park Central. Now, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be a forum for that, don't get me wrong, but I'm just wondering whether or not we want to have our special town meeting when we're gonna be discussing Main Street to also discuss Flag Road. Again, I just throw it out there. And again, it's not to irritate the Flag Road people or to try to muzzle them. I'm just trying to think of the practical realities of the discussion at town meeting.
I hear you. I'm just, I guess I would have faith in the moderator to control that. I'm just interested in grabbing a piece of land that's being offered before the offer goes
It's not,
up. Goes
I
away.
haven't heard that it's going anywhere, but.
No, I haven't either, but.
Let me ask council, can we
Be
agree
proactive.
in principle with the developer in a written document, in principle, subject to approval at town meeting? So in other words, can this board say, for instance, tomorrow, agree with the developer in principle that the town will take possession of this particular lot and describe the lot subject to approval at town meeting in the future? Can we essentially accomplish the same thing without having to have the discussion at town meeting?
It's of less legal effect, but you could, the Board of Selectmen are the ones that are gonna accept the conveyance on behalf of the town. So that some form of an arrangement, to the extent that you've indicated, probably could occur, but it's limited, because you're not jurisdictional. The jurisdiction comes from the legislative body to allow you to negotiate and accept the grant. But you could, that could be part of your presentation to the town meeting, that you're thinking that it's an important thing, and you acknowledge that in the discussions prior to the town meeting.
Mhm.
So you could go almost to that effect, but it has less legal effect than the actual vote.
All right, well, just a thought. I mean, is there a way that we can bind the developer to an agreement that he furnished that property to the town prior to town meeting, but subject to town meeting's vote? Essentially, your answer would be the same thing, right?
Well, that goes to whether or not you can have a contingent purchase
Right.
and sales agreement or some kind of a gift arrangement. It's possible. That's something I could look into for
Okay.
you, and maybe we could figure out how to do that.
But again, I don't want to dissuade the Flag Road people from, I mean, if they want to use this forum as a forum to discuss Flag Road, but I think then we're going to be looking at 2 days of special town meeting.
Right, and whatever discussions you had or arrangements you may agree to, they're of no legal consequence unless town meeting passes that one.
Understood,
Okay.
understood.
All right,
So,
go ahead.
do we need Article 2 for 77,000? Is that necessary?
You do need Article 2,
Okay.
You do need Article 2, there's just some transfers that need to be done and some money that needs to be moved around. It's easier to do it now if we can, it's non-controversial.
Okay, all right, so absent those first couple and, the Main Street one, I'm with Mr. Rooney that this is a special town meeting for Main Street.
I agree. All right, Ms. Federica.
Go ahead,
Freddie
Fred.
Gillespie, 78 Southville Road. Earlier today, I had several emails requesting that the CPC vote money for the interest on the 84 Main Street bond, and I emailed back that I thought it would be better suited to wait until annual town meeting, as the payment's not due till May, but I never heard back, so I'm just curious if that is still part of your number 2.
It's not
Okay.
included, yeah, we'll wait.
Okay, good.
So I think I know where this is going, but I'm gonna move that we add an article here to accept real estate from Capital Group or Park Central Development LLC, whoever the owner is, and have that placeholder available to us.
Is there a second? Hearing none. I will move that we remove Articles 4, 5, and 6. Change the date of the special town meeting to October 18th, and vote to close the special town meeting warrant.
I'll
Second.
Sorry.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item 11, sign warrant for September 8th state primary.
I'm sorry, we didn't address the new date.
Yes, he
No, he
did.
did.
It's part of the motion.
So that's a,
That's just a signature.
so items 11 and 12.
I held 11. Since we reorganized this evening, it should say Brian Shea, Board of Selectmen, on the warrant for the 2016 state primary, Mr. Hagerty. We reorganized this evening. Mr. Shea is now chairman. So the signature of the page needs to be changed.
You have to sign it tonight, I'll get downstairs and change it right now if you want.
We have to sign it this evening?
Yes.
Is that relative to the calendar? Because we did add 2 weeks to the calendar on this.
No, this is the state primary.
this is state
Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about the warrant. Sorry.
All right, we changed that this
Never
evening. Does
mind.
it?
Yeah.
Okay, cross it out.
Cross it out.
Cross it out an initial.
So in items 11 and 12, we need to take action on those two items.
All right, we're going to approve 11 with the changes.
Yep.
For Mr. Hagerty.
And item 12, approve executive session.
I'm asking to hold those.
Okay.
And back to number 1. Approve open session meetings with the dates mentioned.
Yeah.
12/15/15, 2/29/16, 3/11/16, 3/15/16, 4/5/16, 8/2/16.
Did that.
We already
Already
did.
been
We've-
through that.
We've done 1 through,
I don't,
we've done 1 through 10. We've taken.
we did do all the minutes?
We did 1 through
Yes.
7.
We voted 1 through
Apologize.
10
Yeah.
Okay.
so far tonight. Let's just formalize it. I'll move
That's fine.
item 11.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we're going to hold on item 12.
Yes.
Other matters before the board? Anybody? Mr. Hegarty.
Hello. On November the 10th, I'll be hosting a regional training for local communities on the new public records law. There'll be an afternoon session for municipal employees and an evening session starting at 6:30 for boards and committee members. It'll be held at the senior center. And I would ask this committee not to allow boards or committees to hold meetings on that night. Sort of like that spring event when you don't let kids play so they can attend. This is a very significant thing for the town. Frankly, it popped up with a public records request related to Park Central, all the records and all the issues that are involved, and there'll be very short deadlines in the spring and substantial financial penalties to the town if we don't learn and comply about this. So I'd ask the board not to allow boards and committees to use the town facilities to meet on the night, on the afternoon or the evening of November the 10th.
November 10th?
Yes.
So I'm in agreement with the sentiment. I don't know, I mean, town council's still here. I mean, can we legally bind, at a minimum, other elected boards and enjoin them from holding meetings on a certain date if they want to? I don't think we can.
Suggesting we
Could we
request,
have-
but.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Could we have
I'm with you, Paul. I
maybe
was
Mr.
thinking the same
Purple
thing.
send a memo to all boards and committees requesting that they hold or refrain from meetings that day?
I would say that the selectmen control the townhouse, and you can do that. If, I mean,
Or
for
we
a
could lock the
compelling
door, is that
reason.
what you're saying?
For a compelling, well, for a compelling reason, you could do that, as long as it doesn't affect the ultimate decision of a vote, or they'll have to go somewhere else. You control the townhouse. You can make that decision in conjunction with the town administrator.
So,
I'd still phrase it in the
So we'll
form
make
of
the
a request.
so
Thank you.
let's request that Mr. Purple send a memo to
Yes.
all
Yes.
boards and committees.
And ask them to
Ask them to
reply
brief.
back.
To affirm holding that date open
Holding that date, they agree to hold the date.
for purposes of the session that Mr. Hegarty's planning to organize. And it's not just for this town, it's a
Surrounding communities, right, multiple communities.
so we're providing
We're providing just a facility.
a forum, but somebody else is,
Yeah, the law
Okay.
firm Koppelman and Page will come in and provide this training.
okay?
Other public comment?
The other thing I could make, I'm the custodian of some very significant records for the town, and it's my responsibility to maintain them. Last fall, when we started the budget process, I discussed the the difficulty and the lack of environmental controls for the vault that we have downstairs. And that was put on the back burner because I was told there was an issue about replacing the windows in the building and nobody wanted to go near talking about air conditioning. When I opened up the vault door this morning, the temperature in that room was 103 degrees. We can't do that with records of the town that are a couple hundred years old. So I'm just raising that publicly here that I am going to push this issue aggressively in the fall. For over a year, I've been trying to get an electrician and then run a cord, and it's not getting done. Just for simple stuff like getting the
So
fan.
why is that not getting done?
You tell me. But I am going to address this through my budget to address the environmental issues for that vault, and I just want to let you guys know.
Is there anything that we can do to help facilitate that?
Get me an electrician.
Get an electrician
Do
there.
you have money in your budget or someone else's budget?
I'll be happy to pay for it, or I'll be happy to hire my own.
Then
Thank you.
if there's a reason why it's not getting done, then please let us know.
Because the electrician's busy. I don't know whether this is a townwide issue or not, but I made the
Do
request
we
that
only
that's the
have
right way.
one approved electrician we can use?
Yep.
Mark, can we help get a cord to the
rectify
vault?
He needs an electrician.
We can facilitate that. This is the first I'm hearing of it. So,
Let's do
you
it
know, I can
right away.
facilitate that.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Mark.
I've been in that vault. We need to preserve those records, absolutely.
All right.
You
Any
can
other
send us
public,
the bill.
any other public comment? Seeing none. Is there a motion to adjourn?
There is.
Second.
Oh,
Good,
oh,
one
oh,
gentleman.
oh,
I'm
all
sorry.
right.
I'm sorry.
No more aerial
Sorry.
photos.
I looked away too quickly.
No problem. Majid Yazdani, 16A Bantry. Okay. I'd just like to, again, put it out there that as the Board of Selectmen, you guys have appointed the members to the ZBA. And I think we should try to keep them to a certain standard and certain expectations. And as you can see by the people coming to these meetings, some of the emotions, some of the issues that are being raised, the ZBA, I don't think, is meeting what the people's expectations and needs are. And, you know, to be honest with you, and I can use a lot more blunter phrases, but if I was on this board, I would be ashamed of what the ZBA is doing, since you guys were responsible for appointing him to this board. They are holding a meeting at 4:30 in the afternoon, where a majority of the people are still working, or they have to make special arrangements to get out of work early to attend this meeting. As you can see, I understand Mr. Eagle is not here to defend himself, but issues are being raised about him pushing this meeting through while he's still, quote-unquote, a resident of this town, which may be just a matter of a few days. If there's anything the Board of Selectmen can do, I appeal to you guys to intervene, delay this vote. Let's address the concerns that are facing this project, anywhere from road safety, water issues, input from the Planning Board, input from the Conservation Commission. All along, Mr. Bartolini and Mr. Eagle have assured us that they will take consideration the input from the Planning Board. They will take into consideration input from the Conservation Commission before they make their final decision. Now, in the matter of last few days or a week, all of a sudden, everything has changed. The vote is being pushed up. Everything is being essentially pushed through to meet a certain deadline that is arbitrary based on who knows what. So I appeal to this board to inquire into this situation and to please step in and look out for the interest of the residents that has been trying to voice their concerns, and it seems like many times it's falling on deaf ears. Thank you.
Karen.
Sorry, just really quick about the whole electrician thing, just because it's an employee of the town, granted they're part-time, they only work 18 and a half hours a week, but that whole facilities department has been very busy, the electrician's busy, and I just hate to have it seem as though somehow they're not doing their job. It's not the case.
Yep.
Person's very busy,
And that's
and there's
okay.
no money in the contract. Other people don't have necessarily money for contracts. That's all. I just want to make sure it's clear that
That's fine.
I
Then
felt
there's
like
another way
someone's
to
under
get
the
it
bus
done.
on that one.
Yeah, I
Thank
don't
you.
suspect it's
Thank you.
the fault of a town employee doing the work. That's,
John Green, 10 Tower Road. I just want to mimic what Majid had to say here. I think it is important, and I think that each of you is individually responsible to make some sort of a game plan starting tomorrow morning. And I would love to hear any of the suggestions that you might have that you're gonna do so, to reach out to the ZBA, to make sure that the residents of the town are protected, that the residents of the town have the opportunity to hear from the Conservation Commission, have the opportunity to hear from the Planning Board, have the opportunity to see the MIPA certificate before we move forward at all with any sort of vote with the ZBA. So to end the night, I would love to hear from each of you as to what you can do. And, you know, again, we appreciate your efforts. We've been dealing with this for 2 years. We've been dealing with the issues. And unfortunately, it took till tonight, a night before they're gonna vote, that we're gonna actually set up a meeting to talk about the traffic safety. It's unfortunate. Again, you're an elected official. All of us here come out, we vote, we put our trust in you. So I'm hoping that you are gonna watch out for our best interest. Thank you.
So you make the assumption that we haven't done anything. You make the assumption that we haven't made any comments with regards to the 4:30 meeting. Those assumptions are incorrect. I personally have written a number of emails relative to the 4:30 meeting time, and I have been assured that although they're beginning their meeting at 4:30, that they're not going to close the public hearing until after the 7:30 scheduled time, so people can attend later in the day. So we have done something. We've urged them to reconsider. They're an independent board, and we do things in that regard. You know what? We hear you. We hear what you're saying, and you have to understand that we are doing the best that we can. We have had a discussion relative to the flag road safety. And if perhaps it wasn't clear, but it was pretty clear to me that it appeared to be the sentiment of this board that increasing traffic on Flag Road is going to increase the safety hazard. And I don't think there's an appetite on this board to increase any safety hazard on Flag Road. That's what I was hearing. And maybe it wasn't clear enough, but you know, the process needs to take its course. The decision, and we've written letters. I've written emails. This board has authorized me to write emails urging the ZBA to take into account the comments from, or the yet to be received comments from the Planning Board and the Conservation Commission. So, you know, you make an assumption that we're not doing anything, but that assumption is not correct. We are doing something. It may not be everything you want, but you know what? We're doing the best that we can to make sure that the process is open and they get all the information. And I'm sorry if you don't think we're doing enough, but from my perspective, we've made requests to the ZBA, and we'll see where it comes tomorrow. If they in fact decide to wait for Planning Board and Conservation Commission, it is our hope, as it is yours, that they will, and we'll see what they do.
Majid Yazdani again. So, you know, in response to that, the traffic safety is an issue that we've been concerned about for the last few years. But if you actually, you know, not an attorney, but if you actually listen to the traffic consultants and listen to some of the way these discussions have gone in front of the ZBA board, the professional recommendation at this point is that it is not going to have a significant impact on the safety on this road.
But, sir, listen, we have the O'Toole report that says that it already exists. And you heard it from the board this evening, and this board controls that road. What more can we tell you relative to the safety issues? This board will make the decision relative to the safety on Flag Road.
Well, actually, if I understood correctly, it's a little gray in regards to who controls the left turn out of that development.
I don't know what more I can say, sir, to convince you that this board will make the decision.
And with all due respect, I understand that you guys have been doing some stuff and you have been putting some efforts in behind the scenes. But the impression that the public has, there's things that we are seeing that's visible to us, it basically appears to be a little too late. You know, as John pointed out, we still don't have a date or a time for addressing the issues on Flag Road. The vote is taking place tomorrow. We have raised this issue about safety on this road for the last 2 years. The Board of Selectmen only just had a meeting about the traffic issue within the last handful of months or few months, where we have been raising our concerns. We have been appealing to every board we can about how to try to address this in a timely fashion and not be trying to do things in the 11th hour, which basically it's now turning into. Thank you.
Ms. Shimkus.
I just want to thank you for allowing us to express, to provide this forum to allow us to express concern. I just wanted to wind up tonight with just a reminder that this board had promised us a meeting with MassDOT, and somehow that drifted away or got commandeered and ended up being a meeting between the developer and MassDOT. So, and now I'm understanding from tonight, they're not going to meet with us. And we are restricted to this narrow sliver of Flag Road, when in fact, you've got, you know, between 5, probably closer to 5,000 traffic trips coming out of this, and everyone takes it out of context. You've got a 600-acre development site on the, you know, southeast quadrant that's ready to pop. So, you know, again, we were promised this meeting by this board, and it never happened, and that's, I'm wondering if that could actually still happen. So, at any rate, thank you.
I know it's late. Mr. Rooney, I think part of the problem may be that the way in which the information has been communicated on the overall project is part of what is failing or has failed. We don't know, or at least I don't think we know, that you're sending the emails or advising the ZBA. So I think we are speaking from the premise that you're not doing that when in fact you are, and thank you. I think all along part of the problem was there was never this kind of steering committee or a committee that helped tie all the boards together to get the information in a clear and concise manner to the citizens. Like I said earlier, we're all attending individual board meetings. It's very muddled and muddy. In the future, I would recommend, if we ever take on a project of this stature, nature, size, that the boards maybe discuss in advance how best to communicate to the public what is being done, and in a timely manner give deadlines of meetings that are promised to the citizens, almost like a fact-checking committee or a watchdog group. Not saying you can't do your jobs, but just so the public has a better understanding of how the town government works. People come into town, they move in, they don't understand. That's my recommendation. And I think you'll all agree maybe that the communication, although public hearings have been many, it's the way in which the collective communication is getting to the people. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for those comments. Those constructive comments are very helpful.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rooney.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.